Be the truth and the whole truth.
Yes.
Yes.
If you would state your name for the judge, please.
Dr. Kristen Reeder.
And ma'am, how are you currently employed?
I am an attending physician with the REACH Clinic at Children's Medical Center and an assistant professor of pediatrics at UT Southwestern Medical Center.
And in terms of your educational background, can you give the judge just some brief information about your education and training?
Yes, ma'am. I received my bachelor's degree from the University of North Texas in 2004. I attended medical school at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio School of Medicine and received my MD in 2008. I completed my 3-year general pediatrics internship and residency training at Children's Medical Center and UT Southwestern in 2011. And then completed my 3-year subspecialty fellowship training specifically in child abuse and neglect pediatrics, also at Children's Medical Center and UT Southwestern in 2014. And I've been in my current role since then.
And your current role is you're one of the attending physicians at the REACH Clinic, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the REACH Clinic is the child maltreatment program that is at the Children's Health and Medical Center, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been previously deemed an expert in your field?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been deemed an expert by courts here in Dallas County?
Yes.
Have you been deemed an expert by other courts within the state of Texas?
Yes.
Are there any instances where you have deemed to not be an expert in your field?
In my field, no.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Reeder as an expert witness for purposes of continuing the examination.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Objection, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Dr. Reeder, have you had the opportunity to examine a child by the name of Jaquan Levi Miller?
Yes.
And whenever you were attending to him, what sources did you use in evaluating the child and formulating a medical opinion related to him?
I reviewed the entirety of his medical record that was available to me. I spoke directly with his mother and examined the child.
And when was it that you examined this child?
That was October 6th of 2021.
And if you would describe for the judge a little bit, how is it that cases are referred to the REACH Clinic for you to examine children?
As you said, we are referral based, so we have to be consulted or referred to see children. For our inpatient, which Jaquan was inpatient, he was admitted to the hospital. They are admitted by the emergency room or the hospital team. And then if there are concerns for abuse or neglect, they will reach out to us and ask us to consult. So that was the case for Jaquan. He was admitted to the hospital with a blood infection and severe eczema, and they consulted us due to concerns for possible neglect.
And when you had the opportunity to observe Jaquan, you mentioned that he was inpatient. He had been hospitalized at that point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long had he already been hospitalized at the point where you made contact with him?
He was hospitalized on October 3rd. So it had been a couple of days before I saw him.
And in terms of the mother's explanation for his current state, what explanation did she, or medical history did she provide to you regarding Jaquan's care?
In brief, she had described that he had had eczema essentially since birth, that other family members, including herself, had had history of severe eczema. She said that she was doing some of the recommendations that had been provided previously by dermatology, such as wet dry wraps. She said that she was using creams, as she put, every blue moon, and used oral medications for his itching at night. She described that she had been asking for a particular treatment from dermatology, and they were not taking her seriously. Those were her words. she said that recently she had taken the children out of daycare because they were not appropriately taking care of him, and other children were teasing him and picking at his skin as well.
Did she indicate to you she believed that the daycare had called CPS out of retaliation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to Jaquan's physical status at the time that you evaluated him, was there anything medically significant about his state at the time that you examined him on the 6th?
Yes.
And what was that?
Several things, most significant being the fact that he had a blood infection. So he had MSSA, or methicillin sensitive Staph aureus bacteria, growing in his bloodstream. That was most likely the result of the open wounds that he had on his body from his eczema. From a physical exam standpoint, he had eczema from head to toe. His legs in particular had thick coalesced plaques, eczematous plaques that were cracked and bleeding. There was areas of pus where they were infected, but he had it on his face, his arms. So physically, he was also very small. He was very, he appeared as a sickly child. He was laying in the bed. He wasn't very active. He wasn't very talkative. And as I said, had an infection in his blood as well.
And you mentioned that he had coalesced plaques on his body. And if you could describe for the judge, what does that mean?
Sure. Eczema itself is an inflammatory disease of the skin. And so chronic inflammation causes that skin, as it's trying to regrow itself, to thicken up and cause plaques. So in fairly moderate eczema, these children will not only have dry patches of skin, but have these plaques that have built up. And in severe eczema, in Jaquan's case, those plaques just become bigger and bigger. And then coalescing just means that they've all kind of joined into one large plaque. So for him, almost his entire leg was just one large, thick, cracked and bleeding plaque on each leg.
Would you expect, based on the magnitude of his plaque, that it would affect his range of mobility?
It could, yes. I do not recall at the time if that was the case, but yes, it could.
And you previously testified that he had MSSA, which is a blood infection, correct?
That's the bacteria that was in his blood that caused the infection, yes.
And is that bacterial infection due to the
objection leading?
Sustain.
So what would that MSSA infection be attributed to?
His open wounds on his body, his open cracked and bleeding areas. That allows the bacteria to enter into the bloodstream.
And at the time that you reviewed his file, when he was admitted to the hospital, was he being actively treated for MSSA at the time of admission?
Yes, ma'am. Well, yes, once he was identified to have that bacteria in his blood, he was being treated with antibiotics.
And the blood infection that you described, would that be considered an acute infection, a chronic infection, or something else?
I don't know that there's a way to classify that. There's no way to know exactly how long he had had that infection.
Is that a life-threatening infection?
It can be, yes.
And based on your review of the records, were you able to develop a timeline of treatment that Jaquan had received related to his eczema?
Yes.
I'm going to object, since I don't think there's evidence that she's had the records, or at least all the records.
Attorney Sullivan, did you want to take the witness on the board?
I would love to, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
What all facilities had Jaquan been treated at?
That I had access to were Children's Medical Center, the dermatology clinic at Children's Medical Center. So any appointments within our system. At the time, I also noted that mother had said he'd been to another emergency room multiple times, but I did not have access to those records.
Okay, and he had been living, to your understanding, in Houston fairly recently before this, right?
I don't have that documented. I don't recall.
Okay, and so you essentially reviewed only the records from your facility, from Children's, correct?
That I had access to through Children's at that time. Yes, sir.
And you are aware that there were other facilities, right?
Yes, sir.
But you don't know what all they were, or even if all of them were in Dallas, right?
That's correct.
I renew my objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Judge, a brief response, if I may. In terms of her testifying to documents she didn't have, that would certainly be hearsay. In terms of any omissions or incompleteness, that would go to the weight of the admissibility, or not the weight, not the admissibility of that evidence. And I would just ask that the court reconsider that objection.
Okay, the court made its ruling. You can ask your next question.
Thank you, Judge. Did you have the opportunity to review the children's records specifically in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you showed that he first was seen at Children's for treatment and management?
He was first diagnosed with eczema during an ER visit at Children's in October of 2017 at 4 months old.
And based on that emergency room visit, was he recommended further treatment?
Yes.
And what was that recommended further treatment?
Well, he was eventually referred to dermatology clinic. I don't believe it was from that initial ER visit, but he was referred to dermatology clinic in March of 2018.
And when is it that if they did, when did you show that the child first no-showed for appointments related to dermatology?
His first appointment was scheduled on June. So again, he was referred in March. His first appointment was scheduled for June 10th, 2019, and he no-showed to that appointment.
And then when was he initially seen by the dermatology department?
June 14th of 2019.
And what was his course of treatment at that point?
Their plan at that time, parents were instructed to use hydrocortisone, which is a steroid cream, wet wraps, which involves wrapping the child with wet gauze to keep moisture at the skin, and hydroxyzine, which is an oral medication for itching.
And what was the recommendation in terms of follow-up care?
He was to follow up in 6 to 8 weeks. And if I may add, so at that visit, he was also swabbed for infection and found to be diagnosed with MRSA, which is methicillin-resistant Staph aureus. It's another bacteria. And so was also instructed to do mupirocin, which is a antibiotic cream, and bleach baths to prevent further infection. And he was instructed to follow up in 6 to 8 weeks.
And when do you show that his next appointment for follow-up care was?
He had several appointments that were either no-showed or canceled, and was seen again on August 19th, 2020.
And at the time that he was seen in August of 2020, what was the progress of his treatment for the eczema?
Parents reported to the physician they were not following the recommendations that were previously prescribed. So they prescribed the same course of treatment, and he was to follow up in 8 weeks.
And then what was the continued course of treatment after that, if you would describe for the judge?
I'm sorry, you mean what was the
what was
recommendation?
His next appointment? I'm sorry, what was his next appointment?
Oh, his next appointment was scheduled for November 11th, 2020, and it was no-showed.
And Mr. Solomon made a reference to it. The mother disclosed to you, she had taken her child to the emergency room a number of times for eczema, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe to you which hospital she took the child to?
No.
And did she describe when she took the child?
No.
Did she describe to you the purpose of those ER visits?
No.
And did she describe to you, or was she able to articulate to you the treatment plan for her child based on those visits?
No.
And then when was the next time that the child was seen by Children's for treatment of his eczema?
He was brought into the ER at Children's Medical Center on December 8th of 2020.
And what were the findings, if any, from that ER visit?
Mother was not using the recommended treatment that had previously been prescribed and was referred for follow-up with dermatology.
And then unrelated to his eczema, Jaquan was also seen for a crushed finger in February of 2021, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that he was seen for that crushed finger, were there any medical findings that remained secondarily related to his eczema at that time?
Yes.
And what were those?
During that hospitalization for the finger injury, he was noted, it was documented in the records that he was, quote, in distress from itching.
And what treatment, if any, did he receive for the eczema at that time?
I don't recall exactly what was prescribed in the hospital, but he was seen by dermatology in the hospital for his finger injury, while he was in the hospital for his finger injury as well.
And related to the crush injury for his finger, did he require follow-up care for his crush injury as well?
Yes.
And did the parents follow up with the follow-up appointments for that crush injury?
At the time, not that I could see.
And subsequent to being treated for his crush injury, did he have any additional dermatology appointments that were missed at Children's?
Yes, he had an appointment scheduled for May 4th of 2021 that was no-showed.
And then you described for the judge your evaluation and treatment of him when he presented at the ER in October of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of other dermatologists or emergency room visits, does there seem to be some indication that there are additional appointments that may not be captured in the children's system?
Yes, it's possible.
With respect to the findings and the medical information you're providing today, do you believe that those emergency visits would necessarily change your medical opinion here today?
Likely not, no.
And with respect to the skin plaque and the blood infections that you examined the child for, did the parents follow what you would expect to be a minimum standard of care, medical care for this child related to his eczema?
No.
And did the lack of medical care create a medical emergency for this child?
Yes.
And do you believe that the findings that you described for the judge today are consistent with medical neglect?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to this child, when you interviewed the mom, did she indicate who the caregivers in the home for the child were?
Yes.
And who did she describe to you at that time?
Let me refer. She said that it was her primarily. The children, as I said, had recently been in daycare but had been pulled out, and then that maternal grandmother also helps care for them.
Did she indicate to you that the father did not live in the home, but he would just visit occasionally?
Yes, ma'am.
And in conjunction with this litigation, you had opportunity to pen an affidavit that described your medical findings, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of that affidavit, there are also photos embedded in that affidavit and that show the physical condition of Jaquan at the time that you evaluated him, correct?
That's correct.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately depict what Jaquan looked like at the time of his evaluation?
Yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect, I've previously tendered to opposing counsel what has been marked as State's Exhibit 27, and I would offer that into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 27 is admitted.
And Dr. Reeder, since the time that you evaluated the child in October of 2021, have you had an opportunity to evaluate him subsequent to that?
Yes.
And when did you evaluate him?
I saw him in clinic, in the REACH clinic, in a follow-up visit a couple of days, a couple of weeks after my initial evaluation.
And at that time, was he still exhibiting the same symptoms and medical diagnoses that he had at the time that you initially evaluated him?
Yes, but his eczema was already showing some improvement.
And since you saw him in October of 2021, have you seen the child since then?
No.
And so in terms of, for the court's benefit today, you're strictly speaking about his circumstances at the time that CPS intervened. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Okay. Attorney Watson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reeder, you indicated that upon initial examination of Jaquan, you had spoken with the mother, Ms. Parks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did the mother indicate to you that this eczema skin condition that Jaquan had, he has had basically essentially all of his life?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she indicate to you that throughout the course of the family dealing with his eczema that they had tried different medications?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that based on her experience with the application of various medications that she felt that certain medications worked better than other medications?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that the medication that had most recently been prescribed was one of the medications that she felt did not work for Jaquan well?
I believe something to that effect. Yes.
Did she make a specific request for a specific ointment or medication that she felt worked best for Jaquan?
Yes.
And do you recall what that medication was?
Triamcinolone, which is the steroid ointment.
But that was not the medication that was most recently prescribed. Was that correct? At the time in which Jaquan initially came into the REACH clinic?
I don't recall at that time exactly when the triamcinolone had been prescribed,
Okay.
whether that was the most recent prescription or sometime before that.
And throughout your testimony, you indicated that that mother was not using the medications that were prescribed by dermatology. Is that correct?
Medications and other treatments. Yes, that's correct.
Did mother give you any indication as to why she was not following those treatments?
No.
Did you inquire as to why she was not following the treatments?
Yes.
And did she not provide any response to you?
I don't recall the exact words, but it was not a explanation of why they were not being used.
Okay. Now, you've also indicated that the extent of the records that you currently possess are just those found within the children's network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that at any point in time, did mother indicate to you that Jaquan had been receiving treatments in other locations?
No.
Did you inquire as to whether or not Jaquan was receiving treatments in any other locations?
I do ask if they had been to any other hospitals or clinic. And as I said, there was mention that he had been to additional ERs, but that was all.
Did at any point in time, was it discussed that there were facilities and hospitals that were being utilized in the Houston area?
No,
Now, you indicated that you believe that the condition in which Jaquan was in when he entered the Reach clinic indicated medical neglect. Is that correct?
yes.
How does the Reach clinic define medical neglect?
The assessment of medical neglect would depend on whether or not appropriate medical care was being provided to a child that may have resulted in life-threatening injuries or conditions.
So in evaluating whether or not the appropriate care is being utilized, would it be important to have an understanding as to the scope of what medical care and treatment was being recommended?
Yes,
And is it possible to accurately do that without having all of the medical records indicating the visits and treatments that were recommended by various doctors?
that is correct, which is why I always inquire if there are other records for me to obtain. And it was not provided to me that he had been seen in the Houston area. And when I
Objection,
inquired about the other
non-responsive after
ERs,
that is correct.
Sustain.
So are there any, in your experience, have there been times in which individuals have utilized the recommended treatment and the patient does not demonstrate any improvement?
yes,
When once Jaquan was exclusively in CPS care, was he continuing to have issues that he had when he entered into care?
yes.
And what was the nature of the continuation of those issues?
For at least the next several weeks after his discharge from the hospital, I believe he was diagnosed with another infection. I can't remember if he was readmitted to the hospital or not, but was diagnosed with another blood infection as well.
And do you remember the time frame between when he was admitted initially to the hospital and then the diagnosis of that infection?
I don't recall, but I believe it was likely within a month, but I can't remember the exact dates.
Okay. So if it was within a month, you're indicating that in that month time frame, Jaquan's care was not the responsibility of either parent at that point. It was a responsibility of the hospital and the department. Is that correct?
The care at that time, yes, that's correct.
And is it fair to say that the hospital and the department were following the recommendations that were provided by the corresponding medical staff?
Yes,
And even in utilizing that recommended course of treatment, a month after he was initially admitted, Jaquan had another or a different, I guess, infection. Is that correct?
yes.
Are there, and you said that Jaquan had severe eczema, is that correct?
Yes,
Have you ever seen cases of severe eczema prior to Jaquan before?
yes.
In your experience, are there any circumstances or conditions that exacerbate an eczema condition?
Yes, there can be.
And what are some of those?
Other specifically immunologic type disorders where if the body's immune system does not work appropriately, that could exacerbate. There are other skin conditions that are present that could exacerbate it as well. Allergies, things like that.
Have you ever known eczema to the extremeness of it or the sensitivity of it to be to correspond with the seasons or weather?
Yes.
And in your experience, are there certain seasons or weather conditions in which eczema is more severe?
It depends on the child.
Did you have any information regarding whether or not Jaquan's eczema seemed to follow that trend?
Not that I recall.
At any point in time, did mother indicate to you that that she felt Jaquan's eczema followed a seasonal cyclical condition?
Not that I recall, and not that I had documented.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, Attorney Sullivan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, Ms. Watson covered a lot of my questions, but I have a couple I want to focus in on. One is that you said that your definition of neglect at the Reach Clinic is that parents' failure to act may have resulted in a life-threatening condition. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't misspeak on that?
No, sir.
So when you say that these parents neglected this child, you're not saying that their lack of care did result in this condition. You're saying that it may have?
My general definition of medical neglect would be that it may or could result in that. In this case, it did.
Okay, but you actually don't know what treatment they were giving him, do you?
I have what mother described to me.
Okay, you don't know what advice they were getting from other hospitals in Houston, do you?
Other than what mother told me, no. Well, from Houston, she didn't indicate that she was seen in Houston at all
Okay.
to me.
And you mentioned just briefly, I guess, that you would have liked to have the medical records from other facilities, but you weren't provided with those, right?
If I knew they existed, yes.
You did indicate that you knew he'd been treated at other facilities, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you knew they existed, right?
Yes, at least some of them, yes.
And for you to pull up records from Children's Hospital, the whole system, you just get on a computer and click away, right?
If they are done electronically, yes.
And in Children's, they are done electronically, right?
Yes, sir.
But in some hospitals, they're not done electronically, right?
At this point, they should be. There's been laws enacted that they should be, but in some places they are written on paper and scanned in.
Okay.
So still technically electronic, I guess.
So it may not be all that easy for the parents to get the records from every hospital or facility that they took their child to, correct?
That's correct.
And you're asking for them while they're there in the ER, right?
So I don't ask directly, I don't ask the parents for the medical records directly. I ask them for the information for the facility so that I can get a medical release from them and I can request the records.
So, and how long had Jaquan had the infection at the time that you saw him, the first one?
I can't say how long he had had the infection. He had been diagnosed with the infection on October 3rd, and I saw him on October 6th.
But as far as when it happened, you don't know.
That's correct.
And so because of that, we can't really pinpoint what was going on in his life at the time that it did happen, can we?
That's correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Attorney McKinney. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
believe Ms. Ravella is next, Judge.
I
Just a
saw-
few questions.
Yeah, I just saw your box light up. Go ahead, Attorney Revelis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reeder, what about this case for you, in your medical opinion, rose to the level of medical neglect or abuse? If it rose to the level of abuse.
Yes, ma'am. The state, just Jaquan's clinical physical state, this is the worst case of eczema I've ever seen. So his clinical state of him just being very small and miserable and sickly as a result of his eczema. And the fact that there was clear demonstration that recommended treatments were not being followed, medical appointments were scheduled, but then never attended for various reasons. And so this level of eczema requires significant daily chronic care. that he was not receiving. So because it had ultimately resulted in him having a infection in his blood and just physically being below what a 4-year-old should be from a physical clinical standpoint, I believe that was the direct result of medical neglect.
Okay, and missing these appointments, not following the treatment plan, what effect did that have on the health of this child?
So several things. As I described earlier, his physical state with the coalesced plaques where his legs were just essentially one large plaque that were cracked and bleeding, is painful for a child. It's itchy. He was very small for his age at that point, and I did not directly document his growth chart, but even just in looking at his photos, he was a small child at that point, and just wasn't very active. That's a result of this chronic inflammation happening in his body, that any calories he does take in goes to trying to heal his skin, not helping him grow. So all of those things can be tied as a direct result to poor management of his eczema.
Okay, and let's talk about the blood infection. With regards to that, if continued to be untreated, could that have led to his death, quite
Yes.
frankly?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we're talking about eczema is a common medical issue, would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I want you to describe for this court, what is it specifically about this case? Because when you hear the word eczema, you're thinking no big deal, right?
Yes.
And so I'd like for you to explain to this court why you consider this to be one of the worst cases of eczema that you've seen.
So like many medical conditions, especially of the skin, there can be variation on the severity. So yes, common eczema is a very common skin condition in both children and adults, but often starts during childhood. And it can vary from mild cases where they have dry patches of skin that may be itchy, to, severe cases, as I said, where they form these chronic plaques that then coalesce and become bigger. And so sometimes eczema care can be difficult because especially when they present as an infant at 4 months old, as Jaquan did, it can be difficult to tell exactly how severe his eczema is going to be. So initial treatments are usually centered around the common type of things that we talk about, moisturizing with Vaseline and those types of things. And as those don't work, or as the child gets worse, then they may escalate to other treatments. So just like many conditions, he just has a very severe form of eczema that requires that chronic, daily, intensive care to keep the condition under control. So as I said, slathering down with usually Vaseline or even a medicated lotion several times a day, not just one time a day, wrapping in the wet, dry cloth. So, slathering him down, then wrapping him with wet gauze to keep that moisture on his skin. It's an ongoing thing that must be done every day. And if it's not, then that eczema can get worse. So in this case, because of how he presented, it was clear that because of how he presented and the documentation of his failure to have regular medical care, then that medical neglect resulted in his current condition. So even if he had received appropriate care, he still had severe eczema, but it would not have gotten to the point necessarily where it inhibited his growth, or he was, always itching and in distress. Because of his eczema, there were things that could have done better to help him with that.
Okay, and just so we're clear, we're here today in a termination trial. The state is asking to terminate these parents' rights. And so I wanted to be very clear that this is not a normal situation of eczema, right?
That's correct. The child has severe eczema regardless, but how it's treated can depend on his prognosis. And that was my concern with the way it was treated or not treated.
And what did the medical staff or the hospital do to treat the blood infection to get Jaquan out of a situation where he could die to back into normal, range.
Yes, ma'am. The blood infection was treated with antibiotics.
Okay. And when the parents brought the child in, did he already have that blood infection? Or when this medical neglect situation ensued, did he already have that blood infection?
Yes, that was his reason, one of the reasons for him being admitted to the hospital.
Okay. And so had the parents continue to miss appointments, continue to not treat this, then this could have spelled death for this child. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
1 second, Attorney Revelis, this could have, what was the end of what you said? My court reporter didn't catch it.
Okay, I'll repeat it, Your Honor. Could have spelled death for this child was the end of my question. And with regards to the infections, and even the skin condition, does it take time for those things to clear up?
Yes.
And so when we talk about this month period of time between when the child was admitted and then a month later, he's still dealing with these issues, that would have happened regardless, right? Because it takes time.
I believe so. Yes. It was not a result of poor treatment in that time, because at that time he was being treated appropriately, as was told to me by his caregiver at that time. But because his situation was so severe, his condition was so severe, it's not something that's going to get better right away. So even doing everything right, there's still the possibility that he could have those adverse effects for some time afterwards.
And in speaking with the parents, or specifically the mother, from your conversation, do you think that she understood the severity of this issue?
No.
Okay, and is that part of the concern, not thinking that something is dangerous or not thinking that it's that big of a deal can lead to not putting that much effort into fixing the situation?
Yes.
I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Attorney McKinney.
Judge, I have previously tendered to opposing counsel what has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 20, which is the business records affidavit from Children's Health System of Texas, as well as Petitioner's Exhibit 21, which is the actual business records themselves that were filed on March 16th. I would offer both of those into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
All right. State's exhibits number 20 and 21 are both admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I have no additional questions for this witness at this time. Pass the witness.
Okay,
Just briefly, if I may, Your Honor.
sure, go ahead.
Dr. Reeder, you indicated that mother indicated that several of the scheduled follow-up visits were not attended for various reasons.
That was information that I got from reviewing the chart. Yes.
Okay. Did it go into any specific into any specifics about what those various reasons were?
No. And the reason for me saying various reasons is some of them were canceled, which means that someone called in to cancel the appointment, and some of them were no-showed, where they just did not appear for the appointment, but no call or explanation was given.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, did you indicate that Jaquan had 2 blood infections, one upon entry of the ER and an additional one that was different a month later?
I believe so. Yes. I don't recall the exact organism or bacteria for his second infection, if it was the same one that he had the first time or not. But I do recall that he was hospitalized again with another infection.
Okay. And during that month period, you said that he was being treated with antibiotics for the blood infection that he had upon entry of the ER. Is that correct?
He received adequate treatment for that first infection. Yes.
And what did that adequate treatment consist of?
Antibiotics.
Okay. And did he receive that consistently? I guess what time period was he given the antibiotics? Do you know how long that course of treatment lasted?
I don't recall. No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know how long the course of treatment typically lasts?
Usually about 2 weeks.
Okay. And so despite the fact that the recommended treatment was being followed by the hospital, that second blood infection occurred approximately a month later.
So when I say treatment, I mean not just antibiotics, but the other medications and treatments that are being done as well. So the skin wraps, the moisturizers applied, all of those types of things are part of the treatment. So yes, even receiving all of his appropriate treatment or recommended treatment, it still resulted in a second infection.
Okay, so it is fair to say that a party can be following the recommended treatment and still a blood infection may be able to materialize.
Yes, because of the state he had been in previously.
To the best of your knowledge, the second blood infection that he had, was that also a life-threatening blood infection?
Any infection in the blood could be considered life-threatening.
Okay. And when he received that second life-threatening blood infection, he had been under the care of the hospital and the department for at least a month.
Yes.
I pass the witness.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Reveles, any other questions for this witness?
Not of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Welcome, thank you. Okay, may this witness be excused.
And no objection. Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dr. Reader, thank you so much for being here today. You are free to,
Thank you.
welcome. Attorney McKinney, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call the mother. Ma'am, will you state your name for the judge?
My name is Ebony Parks.
And Ms. Parks, before we get started with your questioning here today, I need to give you some admonishments. And if you don't understand those, if you'll ask me to repeat them, I'll be happy to do so. Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Do you understand that anything that you say in this proceeding can be used against you, not only in this proceeding, but also in other criminal proceedings?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to an attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have a right to consult with an attorney about whether you intend to invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
Yes.
And you understand that you have the right to invoke the Fifth, but because this is a civil proceeding, if you choose to invoke your Fifth Amendment right, and you're choosing to invoke that Fifth Amendment right can be used against you in this proceeding. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Knowing that, are you intending to testify here today?
Yes.
And if you would state for the judge your date of birth.
My birth is June 19th, 1994.
And what is your full legal name?
My full name is Ebony Denise Park.
And what is your oldest child's full legal name?
My oldest child full legal name is Chase Dwight Miller.
And what is Chase's date of birth?
His date of birth is March the 7th, 2016, sorry.
So let's start over. If you'll say his date of birth in its entirety one more time for the court reporter, please.
His name is Chase Dwight Miller. He was born on March the 7th, 2016.
And what is your middle child's full legal name?
His full legal name is Jaquan Levi Miller, and he was born on June the 20th of 2016.
And just to clarify, is his date of birth 2016 or 2017 for Jaquan?
No, his date of birth is 2017.
Thank you. And then what is your baby's full legal name?
My baby girl,
Yes.
her name is Holly Nicole Parks.
And Holly is spelled Hollie, correct? I'm sorry.
I said correct. I said it twice.
I just didn't hear you. I'm sorry, ma'am. And what is Holly's correct date of birth?
Her correct date of birth is December the 3rd, 2020.
And ma'am, are you married to anyone?
No.
I'm sorry, Judge, can we mute Mr. Miller and ask that only the witness be allowed to unmute themselves?
Yes, I thought I muted him. He must have unmuted. Mr. Miller, wait until I ask you to unmute, and we will proceed. Thank you.
And Ms. Parks, were you married to anybody at the time that any of your children were born?
No, but I don't think that I would want to, I don't feel comfortable asking those type of questions if it's not related to my child.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after no.
And ma'am, are you a registered member of a Native American tribe?
No.
And who is the biological father of Chase?
Kirby Joe Miller.
And who is Jaquan's father?
Kirby Joe Miller.
And who is Holly's father?
Kirby Joe Miller.
And are there any other individuals that could possibly be the father of these children?
No.
And CPS became involved with your family back in September of 2021, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Correct.
And what is your understanding of why CPS became involved with your family in September of 2021?
Because I had got a phone call and it was very threatening. And I was threatened that the police was going to come to my house and arrest me if I did not give them information on my kids. And I already knew the person because I was already told who called CPS on me. And I knew it was retaliation because of the times and event of what it took place of. So, yeah, that's what I have to say for that.
So let me back up a little bit. When you said that they told you that they would call the police, who is they?
CPS Cassandra. Rodriguez. I believe that's her last name.
And did she explain to you why she was trying to make contact with you?
It was because of Jaquan. But I had a CPS case where they tried to take Jaquan a year ago. So I kind of was affiliated with who CPS was. And I told her that I'd been through it last year, but they had no evidence. And I also took my son to the dermatologist.
Object to non-responsive at this point.
Sustained.
And ma'am, you said that you were contacted related to Jaquan. What is your understanding of why they wanted to speak to you about Jaquan?
Well, I already knew why. It was because of his eczema, because she would target that all the time. And I was getting on the daycare lady because she was not putting the medication on Jaquan, which was needed. So when I would pick him up from the daycare, his skin would be completely dry, as if not treated at all. And he said that he did not want to go back to that daycare because of how he was being treated. So I took him out of that daycare.
And so Ms. Parks, did Ms. Rodriguez ask to meet with you related to Jaquan?
Yes, she did, but
Objection, non-responsive after yes.
Sustained.
Ma'am, when she contacted you, did you meet with her?
No.
How many times did Ms. Rodriguez ask to meet and speak with you?
I don't know how many threats was made. It was so many I can't recall. But there was none but threatening calls, so that's why I never really picked up the phone.
And why did you not agree to meet with her to discuss your child's medical care?
Because I have already told her what I've been through last year. And I did not want Jaquan to feel any type of way because of his eczema, because he was already feeling some type of way when everybody had something to say about his eczema. So I didn't want him to be in the center of that attention again, of being with the pictures and the questions. I didn't want him to go back through that again because he's so young to go through all of that. So I did not want him to go back through that again.
So you'd agree whenever CPS was trying to contact you and you refused to meet with them. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And from the time that Ms. Cassandra initially tried to make contact with you until this current case started, How many weeks was that?
I can't recall.
Did other family members indicate to you that CPS was looking for you?
No.
And whenever CPS was looking for you in September of 2021, where were you living?
I lived with my mother,
And when you say you were living with your mother, what city and state is that?
Dallas, Texas.
And how long had you been living in Dallas whenever you were living with your mother in September?
I
of
can't recall because
2021?
I don't think I would answer those answers accurately. So I can't recall the main details, so I can't answer that.
Hold on
No.
1 second. Hold on 1 second. Ms. Parks, will you please allow Attorney McKinney and anyone else who asks you any questions to complete their?
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying the best that I can. I just can't give accurate advice. And I know in court, they say that you don't supposed to lie. So I'm being as truthful as I can. So I'm telling her, I cannot give her the accurate details of the dates. So that would be totally a misunderstanding if I can't.
I understand that, but that wasn't my point because you just did it to me. You cut me off before I was allowed to finish. You have to
Yes,
allow.
ma'am, I'm sorry. This is new for me. I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can.
I understand. Just stop talking for a minute. Just listen. Allow anyone who asks you a question to complete the sentence. Then you answer the question. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Attorney McKinney.
Thank you. Ma'am, you testified that you were living in Dallas, Texas in September of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Had you lived in Dallas weeks, months, years, or something else?
I would say it was weeks between that time because we just came back from Houston. So it was weeks. That's why I can't give you an accurate date because it was during the time we just came back to Dallas.
So let's talk a little bit about the time frame of from the time that Jaquan was born. You lived here in Dallas when Jaquan was born, correct?
Correct.
And then after Jaquan was born, when did you move to Houston or some other city next?
I didn't move to Houston till 2021. I'm sorry, like around March.
So from June of 2017 until March of 2021, it's your testimony you were living here in Dallas?
Correct.
Did you live with your mama, Mr. Miller, or something else?
I stayed with my mom.
And did she help you with Jaquan's medical care during that time?
Correct.
And then in March of 2021, in your testimony is that you moved to Houston, correct?
Correct.
And who did you live with in Houston, if anybody?
I stayed with a family friend.
And what is that family friend's name?
Her name is Chardell.
What's Chardell's last name?
I'm not for certain of her last name. I only called her by her first name, but I've been on years.
And how do you know Chardell?
We was high school friends.
And when you lived with Chardell, did Mr. Miller live with you there in Houston?
Yes, she gave us an apartment. It was a vacant apartment. So she wasn't staying there at the time. So she was just being a good friend to let us stay there. So we had like a complete apartment to ourselves.
So just to be clear for the judge, you and Mr. Miller and all three children lived in Houston at that point?
Correct. We had a whole apartment.
And when you were residing in Houston, your testimony is that you came back a few weeks before your CPS involvement in September of 2021. Is that fair to say?
I don't know the exact dates. I don't know. I can't recall that because there's so much that happened. But around, it was, I believe, 2020, probably like around the end of, I'm not for certain that we came back. I'm not for certain. So, I mean, that's the best I can tell you.
Yes, ma'am. And whenever you were residing in Houston, what is the name of the doctor that was treating Jaquan?
The name of the doctor was MD Kids. And it's they have it in Dallas too. So all we did was do a transfer.
Ma'am, my question to you is, what is the name of the doctor?
I don't know the name of the doctor. I can just tell you the name of the clinic of what we was taking him to. It's a doctor there. I can't give you the exact details.
And is that a dermatology clinic?
Yes, the
Ma'am,
dermatology.
let me finish my question. Ma'am, wait. Is that a dermatology clinic, a pediatric clinic, an emergency room, or something else?
It's a dermatology clinic and a pediatric clinic.
And how often were you taking Jaquan to MD Kids?
Every time he had a doctor's appointment, every time it was scheduled or they wanted to see about his skin and do a checkup, I would send him. He never missed a doctor's or pediatric appointment.
How often, ma'am?
Probably every 4 weeks. Sometime when they give him medicine for his eczema, I have to come in 2 weeks. So I mean, it just varies.
And whenever you met with Dr. Reeder, did you tell Dr. Reeder that you had been taking Jaquan to MD Kids?
Yes, I did.
And you don't know Dr. Reeder other than just her evaluating your child for this case, correct?
Correct.
Do you know of any reason why she would lie or misrepresent to this court that you had not provided that information to her?
No, but it's very sickening.
Objection, non-responsive after no.
Sustained after no.
And ma'am, why is it that you moved from Houston to Dallas?
Why did I move from Houston back to Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we had got in a very, very tragic car accident. So we had lost our vehicle. So we had no choice but to come back to Dallas, and I didn't want my babies in the heat. So it was better to be back in Dallas at that time when we lost our vehicle.
And ma'am, when you moved back to Dallas, why is it that you took Jaquan to the doctor on October 3rd?
On October the 3rd, I took Jaquan to the doctor because I had seen some little bumps. And when I felt them, I seen pus coming out. So as soon as I seen it, because the beginning of that day, like yesterday of that day, he was fine. He was running around playing. But when the seasons change, because it's very hot and it gets very hot in Texas.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after I seen pus coming out.
And ma'am, so it's your testimony that the very first day that you saw pus, you took him to the doctor?
Correct.
And with respect to the previously prescribed treatments for your child, if you would describe for the judge, what kind of medical treatment were you supposed to be providing to Jaquan?
I was providing the treatments that the dermatologist, they gave me a list of what he can use, what kind of soaps he can use, that he can't be around any scents, the medicines, the creams. I was doing the bath treatments. I've done it all. And when his skin was starting back, because once the medicine, it's one type of medicine that I was asking for.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after the medicines and the creams. I was doing the bath treatments.
So ma'am, it's your testimony to the judge that you were using the medications each and every day as prescribed?
Correct, at night, because sometimes he had to take an oral medicine at night. So I also gave him that.
Were you administering the bleach baths?
I was not putting bleach in his water because he said that.
Objection, non-responsive after, no.
Sustained after correct.
I apologize, correct. Ma'am, were you applying Vaseline multiple times a day as prescribed?
Correct, yes.
And you understand that Dr. Reeder testified today that the way that Jaquan was treated in your home was medical neglect. Did you hear her say that?
Yes, and I believe that it's untrue.
And why do you believe that's untrue?
Because I did everything that the dermatologist told me to do. I took him to every hospital I could. I did the best that I could for him. So I mean, all I was doing was what they was giving me, even though it wasn't really working for the best of his skin, but I was just I was using all that they provided me. I mean, all that I had. So I was doing the best that I could as a mother for my son.
Do you believe his condition was dangerous?
No, the doctor,
Objection, non-responsive after no.
Sustain.
Ma'am, do you believe his condition was painful?
Yes,
Do you believe his condition was life-threatening?
no,
And Your Honor, I guess just for clarification from opposing counsel, and I have previously offered what has been petitioner's exhibits 1 through 19 in this particular case, or 1 through 19 and 22, which are certified copies of the orders in this case. And I would offer those if there are no objections.
Okay, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state's exhibits 1 through 19 are admitted, and 22 as well.
Thank you, Judge. And so, Ms. Parks, you met with CPS at the hospital, correct?
correct. Well, they made me correct. Yes,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out.
yes, I met them.
And who did you meet with at the hospital?
Her name Cassandra Rodriguez.
And when you met with Cassandra in the hospital, did she ask for any potential relative or kinship placements to be able to take care of Jaquan?
No, not at that time. No, she did not.
And was Mr. Miller present at the hospital?
Yes, he was.
And was he asked about potential relatives or kinship placements for your child?
I don't know. I can't speak for him.
Well, were you present in the room?
I was present, but I was too busy focusing on my son.
Okay. And where were Chase and Holly at the time that Jaquan was in the hospital?
Jason Holly was with his cousin.
And what is his cousin? When you say his cousin, you mean Mr. Miller's cousin?
Correct.
And what is Mr. Miller's cousin's name?
Keisha, you have to ask him about her last name. I don't too much know.
And did CPS ask you to bring Chase and Holly to them?
I can't recall. I don't think so. They took him out of school. I mean, I can't recall. I don't know too much that happened in that day.
And did you become aware that there were court orders for Chase and Holly to be placed in foster care as well, correct?
At that time, they just took them. They said because we can, and after that, then there was court orders later on. But they said it was court orders, but there never was. They lied about it and said that it was.
So it's your testimony there were no court orders related to your child?
Correct.
And what date, if you know, was Jaquan placed in foster care?
The date was, I believe, October the 7th or October the 6th.
And were Chase and Holly placed in foster care that same day, a different day, something else?
They was placed in foster care a couple of days later.
Did you go get either child and bring them to CPS?
No,
Why not?
they took them. They took my son out of school, and when I visited the CPS place to visit Jaquan, they took my baby girl out my arms.
And then that was in October of 2021. And there were, if you recall, there were a couple of different court dates in November immediately after that, correct?
Correct.
And there were some court orders where Chase and Holly were returned to your care by Judge Beecham, correct?
Correct.
And Jaquan remained in foster care at that time, correct?
Correct.
And whenever Jaquan remained in foster care and the other children were returned to you, was there a contested hearing, an agreement, or something else?
I had to keep fighting to get him back. So, I mean, they kept saying they was going to return him when he fully healed. So that's what they kept telling us.
And whenever, so Jaquan was in a foster home, correct?
Correct.
And where did Chase and Holly live? at that?
They with me until they took them.
And so when you say that Chase and Holly lived with you, where did you live with Chase and Holly?
I lived with my mother.
And what is your mother's name, just for record purposes?
Her name is Wendy Simon.
And did Mr. Miller reside with you at any time with Chase and Holly?
Sometime he would come get the kids and spend time with them at his mother's house. So that's how we will do that.
Did you allow him to take your children unsupervised?
Yes.
And with respect to
But when they returned the kids, no, before CPS got involved, yes, I did let him go with the kids unsupervised. But ever since CPS got involved, I will always be there with the kids, if that's what you were saying.
why did you make him be supervised with Holly and Chase?
It's not that it was forced. I just don't know how all this court order stuff goes. So I'm just trying to do right. I was just trying to do right by the system until we was able to get our baby boy back. So I was just going by, I don't know if the rules was like that. So we were just, trying to do everything right.
Okay. And you were court ordered to complete some classes by Judge Beecham at the time that Chase and Holly were returned, correct?
You said I couldn't understand you, ma'am.
Judge Beecham ordered you to participate in some classes or some services through CPS whenever Chase and Holly were returned, correct?
Correct.
What classes were you supposed to complete?
I completed the parenting classes and I had to do a psychologically class. I guess it's the name of it. But I completed all my services that they asked me to do.
So I'm talking about in November of 2021. Do you recall that you were also ordered to submit to drug testing?
Correct. And the very first drug test
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after correct.
And ma'am, did you submit to drug testing within 24 hours of a request by CPS?
If I was able to make it around that time, yes, because I am on a bus, so yes.
Are there any instances where you did not submit to drug testing as requested?
Yes, sometimes because either I would get the request and I was at work, so it's not like I can just skip and go all the way across town.
How many times did you fail to drug test when CPS asked you to?
I don't know. I can't recall.
More than 5 or less than 5 or something else?
I really can't recall.
And ma'am, I'd like to fast forward in this particular case. So between November of 2021 all the way up until really August of 2022, you had Chase and Holly with you, correct?
Correct.
And if you would describe for the judge, what were the circumstances that caused Chase and Holly to be placed back in foster care?
The circumstances was that CPS came to my son's school, and they also went to my son's daycare, and that's when they called 911 on me.
And what was that 911 call related to?
It was related to saying that my son, which I don't know if it's true or not, saying that I had punched him in the eye.
And there was a CPS investigation related to that allegation, correct?
Correct.
And based on that investigation, were you made aware that CPS sought court orders to take Chase and Holly from your home?
Correct, they did, correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer to opposing counsel what has been previously marked as States Exhibits 23 through 26, which are certified copies of orders in this case, and I would offer those into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Attorney Reveles, I don't think I heard you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. States Exhibits 23 through 26 are admitted.
And ma'am, separate and apart from the CPS investigation, you were arrested for injury to a child, correct?
Correct.
And the victim or the complaining witness in that injury to a child case is your son, Chase Miller, correct?
Correct.
And that case is currently pending, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would offer what has previously been marked as States Exhibit 28, which is the conditions of bond for Ebony Denise Parks, and I would offer those into evidence.
Okay.
No objection.
No
No
objection.
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, States Exhibit 28 is admitted.
Ma'am, what is your understanding of the allegation against you?
My understanding is that Chase told me that CPS was going to his school and questioning him. So he did say that he was kind of afraid of going to school. And he was also having an altercation with this little boy at his school.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Ma'am, my question to you is what is the allegation against you about what you did to Chase?
My allegation is I never did nothing to my son. I love my son, and I never punched my son.
When you say you didn't punch his son, what are you talking about?
I would never put a hand out. None of my kids. Never.
Is the allegation that you punched your son in the eye?
I would never punch my son in my eye.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Ma'am, my question to you is the allegation that you punched your son in the eye?
Objection.
Can you give me a definition?
Hold on one second, Ms. Parks. Attorney Sullivan, I didn't hear your objection.
Hearsay.
Attorney McKinney, would you like to rephrase your question?
Your Honor, what have you been charged with?
I have been charged with a first-degree felony.
And do you know the actions or the allegation that caused you to be charged with that?
I don't know. I don't even know a definition of allegations. Can you give me a definition of that term?
So you've been accused of committing a felony, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what you have been accused of?
I have been accused of punching my son in the eye. That's what I was accused of.
Objection to hearsay.
That's a present sense of impression, Your Honor.
No such thing. I will put it to the court that if Ms. McKinney wants to put some evidence on that Ms. Parks punched her child in the eye, she needs to do that and not have Ms. Parks testify that the police are saying that to Ms. Parks or that the DA is saying that to Ms. Parks.
From what I'm reading, it sounds like she's not asking her to solicit any testimony related to what she's been told. Is more so of asking her if she if she's been accused of a felony, and I believe she can answer that. Not necessarily specific. So I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Parks, did you need the question repeated to you?
What was the question? I mean, I'm getting asked so many questions at one time, so I'm just trying to put it out in my head.
No problem. She asked you, have you been accused of committing a felony? Is that correct?
Correct. I've been accused of committing a felony. I've been accused, yes.
And what is your understanding of that accusation?
I prefer if I don't have to answer any questions that I shouldn't answer, because I don't want to get confused, because we're talking about different subjects. I don't want to get thrown off with the subject. So if I don't have to answer that question, I just refuse not to answer that type of question.
And just to clarify, if I could ask, if Ms. Parks, are you invoking your Fifth Amendment right to answer that question?
I guess so, because I'm kind of confused. So I don't want to answer wrong. So I will not answer that question if it's possible.
So just for record purposes, are you invoking your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
No,
Yes.
I'm not. I don't even know what that means. Like I'm kind of confused. I don't know certain words, so I don't want to say something and then I don't mean it.
Attorney Watson, would you like to explain to your client what do you mean by what her request is?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Parks, because there are pending criminal charges that are related to the allegation that your son, or the outcry that your son made, as Ms. McKinney stated earlier, you have the right not to answer certain questions regarding those accusations because they can be used against you in a criminal matter. So if you have concerns regarding whether or not answering that question would negatively impact you or cause you to incriminate yourself for your criminal case, you can choose to invoke your Fifth Amendment right not to answer the question in order to preserve that answer for your criminal case.
Okay, well then I would like to invoke that. Thank you for explaining to me.
Thank you, Judge. I'll move on. And ma'am, as part of your current conditions of bond, there are certain rules that you have to follow in order to be able to stay out of jail, correct?
Correct.
And one of those conditions of bond is that you're not to have any contact with any minor child under the age of 18, correct?
Correct, and I do not.
Objection, non-responsive after correct.
Sustained after correct. Ms. Parks, let me help you out a little bit. When she asked the question, just answer that only. So when you say correct, or you say yes, or you say no, let that be the end of your answer, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you may proceed, Attorney McKinney.
Thank you. And ma'am, where do you currently live?
I choose not to answer that.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be ordered to answer that.
Attorney, I'm sorry, Ms. Parks, answer the question.
I currently stay with my mom.
And so it's your testimony that you stay with your mother, Wendy Simon?
Yes, I stay with my mom, but I'm visiting my cousin right now. But yes, I do stay with my mom. Yes.
And when you say you're visiting your cousin, what is your cousin's name?
She provides not to be out of her rights, for her respect. She asked not to be a part of it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be ordered to answer the question.
Ms. Parks, answer the question.
I don't want to really get my cousin involved out of the respect of her house, because she's also involved with something like that. So she just said out of the respect for her, because I don't stay with her. So I don't stay with my cousin at all.
So I object to relevance to the question.
Sustain.
Ma'am, how long have you lived with Wendy Simon?
Almost all my life.
And you testified previously that you were staying with your cousin. How long ago was that?
It was just a couple of days. I'm just here there, just trying to get a peace of mind from all the stuff that's going on right now. So I'm just doing it for my mental health.
Objection, non-responsive after just a couple of days.
Sustain.
And I understand that you don't want to give your cousin's name or address. Will you provide the city and state where she resides?
Houston, Texas.
And if you know, where does Mr. Miller reside?
I will want him to speak for himself.
Has Mr. Miller told you where he resides?
I would want for him to speak for that for himself, because he's also a part of this
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
Ma'am, my question to you is, did Mr. Miller tell you where he lives?
Yes, he tells me where he lives. Yes.
And where did he tell you he lives?
He lives at 915 Tidwell.
And how long has he lived there, if you know?
I'm not for certain, ma'am. We got kids together. I'm not for certain. I don't really be in his personal life like that.
Objection, non-responsive after I'm not for certain.
Sustain.
Ma'am, are you on the lease at that apartment?
No, I am not.
And ma'am, your children, all three are currently in foster care, correct?
Correct.
If you know, do they live together, separately, or something else?
His family are all together. Family for almost 2 years with Jaquan. They're family together. Yes.
And you understand that CPS is asking that your rights be terminated here today. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do understand.
Are you in agreement with that?
No, I'm not.
If your rights are not terminated and the court ends its involvement today, where would you want your children to go live today?
If that is the case, I'm not for certain, but I won't know until I know for sure. So until I know for sure, that's when I would be for certain where the placement would be for the children.
Well, and ma'am, you understand that we're here for trial to finish your case today.
Correct.
You understand that?
I've been trying to get family. I've been trying.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain. Ms. Parks, listen to the question and then respond.
Yes, ma'am.
So ma'am, my question to you is at 4 p.m. today, what address would you want your children to come to?
I am not for certain right now. I cannot give you an answer today.
Pass the witness.
Okay, Attorney Watson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Parks, are you asking your children, to the best of your knowledge, are the criminal bond conditions still in place?
Yes, and I've been trying to give them my
Objection, non-responsive.
Non-responsive.
Yes.
Sustain. Ms. Parks just answered the question. Let yes or no be the end of your response, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Parks, as it stands today, are you aware of any relative or friend of the family where the children can be placed if the court were to remove the children from CPS custody today?
No.
So going back to the removal of the children, is it true that originally when we had a contested hearing in front of Judge Beecham, that Jaquan was the only child that was placed in CPS care?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the reason that he was placed in CPS care was due to the extent of his medical condition?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the extent of his medical condition at the time in which he was removed?
My understanding of his medical condition was that the dermatologist, the ones that I took him to, they said with the medicine that they were giving him, because I was explaining to them how it'll flare up with some of the cream medicines, and they was like, well, because he's so small, it's nothing that we can do. I've been trying to get this done since birth, since like he came out the womb, his skin was like that. And since because he's so small, you can't really do so much. So the dermatologist, they'll tell me, the rep route, and they'll give me the medicine, or they'll give me the oral medicines. But sometimes, like even as a newborn, he'll scratch, and I used to have to take him to the ER. So it's just in his bloodline, like.
So let me ask a more specific question. When you say the dermatologist recommended the ointments and the wraps, what set of dermatologists was that? Was that the set in Dallas or the set in Houston?
It was the set in Dallas.
Okay. And when they prescribed those medicines and when they recommended that treatment, did you follow those recommendations?
Yes.
What happened when you followed those recommendations?
When I follow them, he'll still itch. It'll still flare up, and I tell him, I say, stop itching and rub it. I try different techniques. I try to put him in the water to take a bath, and he'll say it's burning. So it was even hard for me to even get him in the tub, but I did everything that they asked me to do, but nothing was working.
When you realized that the medications and the treatments that the dermatologists recommended were not working, did you follow up with those dermatologists in any way to make them aware of the fact that the treatments were not working?
Yes, I did.
And what happened when you attended those follow-ups?
The dermatology told me, well, ma'am, there's nothing that we can do. We can continue giving,
Objection, you're saying.
Sustain. Ms. Parks, you can't tell what the dermatologist actually said.
Okay.
I'll ask a different question, Judge. Did you, once you realized that the treatments were not working, did you consult any other medical professionals to see if you could get a different recommendation? Where'd she go?
Where did she go? I think her call dropped.
I think we lost her.
We're off the record. We are back on the record. Attorney McKinney, did you need your last question repeated?
I think it
I'm
was.
sorry.
I believe it was Miss Watson was questioning.
Attorney Watson, yes. My apologies. Did you need the question repeated?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. You said once you realized that the treatments were not working, did you consult any other medical professionals to see if you could get a different recommendation? And if so, where did you go?
Yes, I went to Children's Medical Hospital, the dermatology department, and I told them that the medicine was not working, and I feel like it was not the best treatment for his skin.
And were you provided with a different recommendation or a different course of treatment?
No, they gave me the same exact medicine, the same exact cream that I told them that was not working. They gave me the same exact medicine for him.
Okay. How frequently were you consulting or taking Jaquan to medical professionals regarding his condition?
Really, from the day he was born, I was in and out of ERs, in and out of hospital, because he couldn't have a real dermatology till he was, I think, like 6 or 7 months, because they say he had to be a certain age to go see professional help. So
let me ask it a different way, because I did leave it kind of broad. Like maybe like 2 or 3 months before you had to take him to the hospital that resulted in him coming into care, how frequently were you taking him to the doctor or an ER regarding his medical condition?
Every 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Was it the same facility each time or different facilities?
It was different facilities.
And why were you taking him to different facilities?
I was taking him to different facilities because when I was taking him to children's and I would study as, for a better solution for his skin, he wasn't given the proper treatment of what he should have been treated. So I was taking him to different ones to try to find a better solution so they can give him the correct medicine that he needs so he won't be, itching and in pain.
When you say the correct medicine, was there a medicine that he has utilized since he's had this condition that you found works better for him?
Yes, that one jar that they put on him, and it's like Vaseline base, and it's in a blue and white jar. I can't remember the exact name, but the dermatologist, the last time he was in the hospital, they end up finding that medicine, and that's what helped his skin to get better. But I've been asking for that medicine for so long, but they said
Do you recall which medical professional prescribed that medicine?
it was children's.
Okay. Do you remember the specific doctor?
I don't, because it's so many, every time he goes, it's a different one. So I can't remember the specific doctor.
Okay. When you took Jaquan to Children's, did you indicate to anyone at Children's that you were seeking a specific medication that you have found works for him best over the years?
Yes, I did. And they gave it.
Hold on. Do
I'm
you
sorry.
recall who you provided that information to?
I gave it to Children's, the dermatology department.
You don't, but do you have a specific name or individual or position, whether it was a nurse or a doctor or the dermatologist, him or herself?
Right. I'm not for sure because there's so many that come in. So I'm not for sure.
Okay.
The-
So the ER visit that started all of this off, were you aware when you took Jaquan to the ER the severity of his condition?
Yes, I was. That's why I rushed him to the hospital because it all happened like he woke up.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after yes.
And what did you observe on Jaquan that prompted you to rush him to the ER?
The swelling on his legs with the pulse, and he also had a little fever. So that's what made me take him straight to the hospital.
And it was after that hospital visit where CPS became involved in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you feel that you were providing the necessary medical treatment for Jaquan for his eczema?
Yes.
Did you take Jaquan to the doctor's appointments and follow-ups for him to be evaluated for his condition?
Yes.
Now, you were here when Dr. Reeder testified. Did you hear Dr. Reeder indicate that there were several cancellations and no-shows of Jaquan's follow-up appointments?
Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I disagree with that statement.
Why do you disagree with it?
I disagree with that statement because I did take him to other dermatologists and he was also updated on all of his appointments. And he was also getting medicine from other treatments for his eczema besides Children's. So yes, I do disagree with that. I was getting him the medical help that he needed at that time, yes.
Do you recall if Dr. Reeder asked you at the time Jaquan went to the ER whether or not you were having him treated in a network that was outside of Children's?
I don't recall at that time. I don't recall.
Did at any point in time you volunteer the information to Dr. Reeder or anyone at Children's that he was receiving medical treatment from a network that was outside of Children's?
Yes, because the doctors, when they would come in the room, they asked me that, and I told them the other facility of which she was going to.
Okay. So originally in this case, as you stated, Chase and Holly were not under the custody of CPS after the contested 14-day hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
They were at home with you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, individuals involved in this case, the department, CASA, the guardian ad litem, were making both announced and unannounced visits to your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the Chase and Holly didn't come into care until the allegation that was brought forth regarding Chase making the outcry. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have, you were found indigent for the purposes of this case, is that correct? That's why I'm here.
Correct.
Do you know if you have had an indigency hearing for your criminal case?
Not yet. No.
Okay, so is it true that you currently don't have counsel for representation in your criminal matter?
Correct.
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Just to see whether or not any follow-up questions regarding her understanding of her criminal case, if she hasn't had a professional be able to consult with her, explain to her. I was not going to go into additional questions regarding her understanding of the criminal matter.
Okay, overruled.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Sullivan?
Who was primarily caring for Jaquan at the time that he was taken into custody?
I was.
Were you living with Mr. Miller at that time?
No, I was staying with my mom.
How often did you see Mr. Miller?
Probably 3 times a week. Sometimes we'll just meet up to spend time together with kids.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. Miller hit any of the children?
No.
Pass the witness.
Attorney Reveles?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Parks, how did Chase get the black eye that he arrived to school with when the day before they were removed?
Objection,
don't know.
plus speculation.
Well, Your Honor, if she knows, she can say, and if she doesn't, she can say she
I
doesn't.
don't know. I don't know, ma'am.
You got to wait for the ruling, Ms. Parks. I'm sorry.
Ms. Watson, I didn't even, oh, I see it, speculation. The objection will be sustained unless she knows.
Thank you.
Are you aware that Chase arrived to school with a black eye on that day?
No.
Okay. Did you take him to school that day?
No.
Who took him to school?
My mother did.
Okay. And where did he sleep the night before?
He slept at my mother's house, getting ready for school.
Okay. So if he stated that he stayed with you, he would be lying?
I don't.
Objection that this assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustain.
Okay. In a previous hearing in this case in front of Judge Beecham, you testified that he came from your house and you guys were together. So did you lie that time or are you lying today?
I don't feel comfortable with anything of the criminal part. I don't feel comfortable with answering those questions.
Okay.
So just to clarify for the record, Your Honor, Ms. Parks, are you invoking your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Parks, you know your children very well. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Is your son Chase a liar?
He can lie sometimes, yes.
Okay. And so if he told his teacher that you punched him in the face, he will be lying. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
But I'd rather not answer that.
Objection in any case that it assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustain.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. This is raining. Ms. Parks, currently you're not allowed to be around any minor children that are under 18. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where are you living right now?
I feel uncomfortable answering that question because I already answered that question.
Okay. And so do you agree with me that you're currently living with your mother, as you previously stated?
I agree, yes.
Okay. And does your mother have any other children?
I don't feel comfortable with answering that question. She's not there to defend herself.
How old is your sister?
I prefer not to answer anything related. I prefer not to answer.
Your Honor, can you instruct the witness to answer the question? I asked how old is her sister? That has nothing to do with, I mean, it seems to me she's just trying to avoid answering the question.
I'd rather not put her in it because my sister's a minor and out of the respect of my mother. So that's why I said I can't.
Objection that there's not a question at this point, and she indicated she didn't feel comfortable answering. I know that wasn't the clearest possible invocation of her Fifth Amendment right, but I'd ask the court to treat it as that in any case.
Okay, and Judge, I'd like the record to reflect that Ms. Parks just stated she's living with a minor child in violation of the criminal of the bond restrictions. She stated that her sister is a minor and she's living there.
Okay.
I'm gonna move on.
Hold on, Ms. Parks, 1 second.
What?
I
Ms.
would,
Parks, Attorney Watson.
I would argue that assumes facts not in evidence. I don't believe that was Ms. Park's testimony.
Your Honor, she stated that her sister's a minor.
Right, but she also didn't indicate that the child was living with the mother. So I believe that assumes facts not in evidence. And I would just object overall to relevance.
Ms. Parks, one second, let your attorney speak.
And I would object to relevance regarding the questioning regarding her mother, since Ms. Parks is not requesting the children be returned to her at this time, whether or not the other persons living in the household with her and her mother would be irrelevant.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Briefly, yes.
Your Honor, it's directly relevant. She has a bond restriction right now with regards to the criminal case that initiated the removal of these children, that she is not to be around, not just living with any minor child. So the fact that she is living with a minor child is directly relevant.
And if, may I respond? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Your client, I think her communication failed again.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Miller, could you check with Ms. Parks and see what's going on with her?
She said she can't log back on. I'm at work. I don't know. I'm trying to, she said she couldn't log back on, but I've been, doing this for hours and I'm trying to see, what's going on because I'm at work on the clock. My boss let me through the court, but I'm trying to do the right thing, and I'm trying to see what's going on.
Well, Mr. Miller, you're just going to have to be patient.
We are back on the record. And Attorney Reveles, you were speaking last. Attorney Watson made the objection that it was of relevance, and you said, Your Honor, it is directly relevant. She has a criminal case that initiated the removal of these children, that she's not to be around, not just living with any minor child. So the fact that she's living with a minor child is directly relevant.
I do have something to say with that.
Ms. Parks, hold on. I'm not asking you for any testimony. I'm just reading back the last question, okay? That was your last question, Attorney Reveles.
Okay. So the question that I asked, Your Honor, I don't know if there was I got a little confused. I don't know if there was an objection made. So one question that I asked was, how old is the sister? And she just said, I'm not answering it. And I didn't think that had anything to do with her invoking her Fifth Amendment. So, I mean, it's
Your Honor, if I may, just for record purposes, may I?
Yes.
And I think for record purposes, it might be easiest to clean it up, that she's either refusing to answer, which at that point, I believe the parties would ask that she be ordered to answer if she's invoking her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, based on her conditions of bond, and we just ask that she do that so it creates a clean record. That would be the only input that I have, just to clarify if she's refusing because she's refusing or refusing because she is invoking her fifth. And perhaps we might be able to right the ship and kind of go from there.
Okay, thank you, Attorney McKinney. Attorney Watson, would you like to take the lead on that?
Well, Judge, I've explained to Ms. Parks the extent of her Fifth Amendment rights if she believes that her answering a question would be self-incriminatory for criminal purposes, that she would need to say that she is invoking her Fifth Amendment right not to answer the question. I believe based on the explanation that Ms. Brown-Ravelis provided regarding why she was asking about the age of the children, and it's directly tied to Ms. Parks' bond conditions or the violation thereof, which would be a criminal aspect. So if Ms. Parks, I would advise Ms. Parks to, if she is invoking her Fifth Amendment rights, to actually say the phrase, "I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment right now," to answer that question.
Okay. All right, so as far as the objection goes, I believe your objections, you had two objections, Attorney Watson, of relevance and facts not in the evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the relevance objection and sustain the objection about facts and not in the evidence.
Thank
Okay, thank you for clarifying it, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And you may proceed, Attorney Ravelis and Ms. Parks. You understand if a question is asked of you regarding your criminal matter, how you are to respond moving forward. Is that correct? If you choose to respond that way.
Yes, my phone was on mute.
Okay, you may proceed, Attorney Ravelis.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Parks, did you see any pictures of your son's eye after this incident was reported, whether it's through any attorneys, or did anybody show you any pictures of your son's eye?
Yes, I've seen a picture of my son. Yes.
Okay, and do you agree that he had a black eye, at least?
No.
Okay. Is it often that you would have Chase kind of watch after Holly?
No.
Okay. And so if Chase reported that you punched him in the eye because he wasn't properly supervising Holly, then you would disagree with that statement?
I invoke to answer that question, anything criminal.
Okay. Ms. Park, you stated that you were living with your mother.
My address, yes, my address still has my mother's. Am I staying with my mother physically? No.
Okay, so now you're not staying with your mother, no problem. My question to you is, if this court orders that these children are going to be released to you today, where would these children go?
I haven't, I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm still trying to call family members on that note.
Okay, and that brings me to my next question. Is there anybody that you can think of that could take these children in, all three children in, and be able to provide for them and care for them today?
I can't give you that answer at this time.
Okay, and to your knowledge, is your mother willing to provide a home for your children?
That would be the first option, but like I said, I'm not 100% for sure, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, and do you know if she's indicated to the department whether she is willing to or not willing to?
I really can't say.
Okay, are you aware of whether there was a home study completed on your mother?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Do you know if that home study was approved or denied?
It was denied.
Okay, and do you know why?
No, I do not.
And we had a few FGCs throughout this case. Do you remember those, Ms. Parks?
No.
You don't remember participating in family group conferences?
Oh, yes, yes. It's
Okay.
so yes.
And you had in at least 2 of those conferences, you had numerous family members, aunts, and all kind of people that were showing up on your behalf. Are any of those people willing and ready to take these children in today?
I can't answer you that question.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Sullivan?
Nothing for this witness. Pass.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney McKinney?
Thank you. I'd like to call the father, if I may. Sir, if you'll turn your camera on, take yourself off mute and state your name for the judge, please.
Mr. Miller?
Kirby Miller, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And you are the father of Chase, Jaquan, and Holly, correct?
Correct.
And you were previously court ordered to pay child support for Chase, the oldest child, correct?
Chase and Jaquan.
Chase and Jaquan. And what kind of visitation did you have under your prior court order?
I see him maybe 2 weeks, I guess, every other weekend. I had to bring them back on Sundays, like before it's like around 6:30, I think. They take money out of my check every time I got paid. I really wasn't mad about it, just, something that happened.
And so when you say that you would pick them up and bring them back, prior to CPS becoming involved, where were you living?
I was staying with my brother at the time in Dallas.
Had you lived with Miss Parks and the children?
Oh man, I never stayed with her mom.
And it's fair to say Jaquan, he's a sick baby, or he was a sick baby. He's a sick child because of his eczema. Is that fair to say? Would you agree?
Yes, man. I wouldn't say he's sick. He just has eczema.
Did you go to the doctor's appointments for that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am.
How often did you go to the doctor?
Well, me and Ebony was like Jaquan was first born. I used to take him when she was at work. I take him just on my own term. I take him to like a children's little small medical center, like, Northwest Highway, or I take them to MD Kids. If she couldn't take them, I will take them together. Jaquan was always going to the doctor when he was a newborn and everything, because I was always concerned about his skin. So we was always trying to see what kind of medicine would stop it, and we was getting all type of advice. Like when he went to the hospital in Parkland, when he had
Sustain after Jaquan was always going to the doctor when he was a newborn and everything, because I was always concerned about his skin.
Sir, did you fill his prescriptions for him?
Sometimes I would go get them at the like pharmacy and stuff like that. Yes, ma'am.
What medicines did he take?
I think it's called Traumazone or something like that. I'm not really good with the medicine names, but it was like Traumazone or something. It was some white cream, and then he started using some other cream that was really working. That's what Ebony was trying to get them to use.
And was his eczema bad?
I mean, it was like there, you can tell. So that's why we were so concerned about it,
So if you were concerned about his eczema, what did you do to get him treatment?
We took him to the dermatologist. We took him to the doctor. We'll buy stuff off the counter, to try to work. We'll listen to our elders who, knows about that stuff. They'll tell us what to get. Like my aunt, my papa, or somebody, they always tell us, something good for Black people's skin. They has eczema.
And you heard Dr. Reeder say that Jaquan was missing his doctor's appointments. Did you hear that?
Yes, that's not correct.
Objection, non-responsive after yes.
Sustained after yes.
Sir, what explanation, if any, do you have for your child missing his medical appointments?
Well, because at the time we transferred him to MD Kids, so that's why he wasn't going to Children's no more, because Children's wasn't really a big help. So we were trying to go, that's why we moved to Houston, so we could get a better doctor, and we found MD Kids. So that's why, you know, they wasn't going to Children's, because Children's wasn't really doing their job, to me, in my perspective.
Do you believe that Ebony was doing her job giving your son his medicine?
Yes, ma'am. She was doing a real good job as a mother. You know, we wouldn't have had 3 kids. She's a good mom. She was doing the best she could.
Do you believe that your son was in danger?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not at all. Not at all. Not around them. No, he was safe.
Do you believe that the blood infection he had was dangerous?
Yes, I believe that's dangerous. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
After you learned that there were concerns with Jaquan's medical treatment, what, if anything, did you do to make sure that the kids were with you and safe?
You know, I'll ask her about it, but you know, it was up to her and her mom to agree with it. So, you know, I'm not the type of person to argue with nobody. So, you know, like my brother, they wouldn't mind.
Oh, he muted himself.
Mr. Miller, you may have to unmute yourself to keep talking, sir.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
So, you know, I just got accepted to the hospital job out here, and I'm working at IHOP right now, just trying to make, you know, do right, just in case I can get them back. Or
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. Mr. Miller, unmute yourself. But do me a favor, could you stay in one, can you stay in one spot? Because
Yes,
looking
ma'am.
at the screen, it's making me a little dizzy every time you move.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead, it's okay.
But what was the question again?
So I haven't asked another question. I'll ask you the next one and then we'll go from there.
I'm sorry, because somebody was calling me. I'm sorry.
So, sir, your son Jaquan was placed in foster care in October of 2021, correct?
Yes,
And whenever he was placed in foster care in October of 2021, you were court ordered to take a parenting class, correct?
correct.
Did you take that?
Yes, I completed it.
What date did you complete that?
I can look on my email. I know that it was because I had to do it over. I had to do one more class because I guess my phone was messed up. So I remember I completed it because I sent the certificate to my lawyer.
And while Jaquan was in foster care from October of 2021 until now, how many medical appointments have you attended for Jaquan?
You talking about since from now?
From October of 2021 until April 26, 2023, the time that Jaquan has been in foster care, how many medical appointments have you gone to for Jaquan?
No, I haven't went to none, ma'am.
How much training have you gone to care for Jaquan?
How much training?
Yes. Since October of 2021 until now, how much medical training have you gone to for Jaquan?
I could say about 7. About 7.
When you say 7 medical trainings, what medical training specifically are you saying you went to?
A couple of them was children, and the rest of them was MD Kids, and I think one of them was Parkland when he was a baby.
So my question to you is, have you gone to that training since or after October of 2021?
No, ma'am, I haven't. No, ma'am, I haven't been. No, ma'am.
And with respect to Jaquan, when he was living in foster care, I'd like to kind of break things up into when just Jaquan was living in foster care and then when all 3 kids were in foster care, and directing your attention to when just Jaquan was in foster care. How many times did you come visit Jaquan in foster care?
Oh, I come see him every week. I was there every week. You know, sometimes we was a little late, but I was there like every week. Every
So
week.
it's your testimony to the judge from October of 2021 until September of 2022. You did not miss any visits with Jaquan?
Well, I probably missed like one day, 2 days, but like a week or 2 weeks. But I'm always was there. I was always visiting him. I have pictures.
Sorry, let me ask the question and then you can answer it. So how many visits total are you testifying that you missed?
Just 2.
2 total.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to fast forward until September of this year. Were you aware that Ebony was arrested for injury to a child?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she tell you about why she was arrested?
For supposedly hitting Chase in the eye.
Did she tell you anything else about that?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Chase with a black eye?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe that Ebony hit your son in the eye?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because Ebony's not that type of person, ma'am. I've been knowing her 10 years. She's never had a physical fight with anybody. She's always helped people. I never known her to be a violent person. Her record shows it all.
You understand she's been charged criminally, correct?
Yes, falsely charged. Yes, man, it's falsely charged because I know that's not her.
And you understand she has conditions of bond that say she can't be around any children. Do you understand that?
Yes, correct. So she go to court and the judge figure it out. Correct.
Do you believe she should be around your children?
I believe she should. She's a good mom. You know, she almost died having Chase. She's strong. She's independent. You know, she's just frustrated right now. What mother wouldn't be frustrated who don't have their kids with them? You know, or a father, a real father. You know,
do you believe that she is dangerous? Sorry, let me ask the question. Do you believe that she is dangerous to any of your children?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I would have called myself. I would have called the police myself.
Sir, where do you currently live?
You said, where do I currently live now?
Yes.
I stay in Houston, Texas.
What address?
91510 Will, apartment 40, Houston, Texas 77022.
And who lives with you there, ma'am? Or sir?
I live by myself.
And did you tell CPS that you were planning for Ebony to move in with you?
No, I did not say that. I said that I'm planning for my kids to move in with me.
Do you think that Ebony needs to be supervised with your children?
I don't think she should be because I know she's not that person, but you know, I don't think so. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I don't think so. She's a sweetheart.
Have you resided with Ebony at any time during this case?
We done met up. We done talk. You know, she called me crying. I had to calm her down because she misses the kids. You know, she calls me, talk about the kids all the time. You know,
Object to non-responsive.
Sustain. Mr. Miller, make sure you're listening to the question. She asked if you and Ebony have lived together during this case.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And where are you asking for your children to live today?
If they could come with me, that would be nice.
If the court is not inclined to place your children with you, Do you have any relatives or family friends that you have provided to CPS to care for your children?
Ma'am, I provided I provided for
Objection,
them with,
non-responsive.
Sustained. Just listen to the question, Mr. Miller, and answer the question that's being asked.
okay.
Sir, the question is a yes or no question. Have you provided any names to CPS for them to place your children with a relative or family friend?
Yes.
What name did you provide?
Ashley Cartwright, Corton Miller, and Shaniqua Foster.
And when did you provide those names?
When they was trying to ask, could a family member get them? I don't know the date.
And sir, whenever Chase and Holly were taken from Ebony and placed in foster care, at that time, you were court ordered to complete classes as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete your parenting class?
No, ma'am, I was stabbed 5 times.
Did you complete anger management?
Ma'am, I was hospitalized. I was stabbed 5 times. I did that the first time when they asked me to do it, but yes, the second time I was stabbed 5 times.
So is your answer no, that you did not do that then?
The second time, no. I did the first time when I got out the hospital, then I did it on Zoom, but they wanted me to come up there, but I couldn't because I had open wounds.
So, sir, I'm going to ask you about since the court order in November of 2022, and we'll take them one at a time. So talking about since November of 2022, have you done parenting classes?
I did it, but I haven't completed it.
Did you complete a psychological evaluation since November 22nd, 2022?
I never got one. I never got an email to do it.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
So that's a yes or no, sir. Did you complete a psychological evaluation?
Ma'am. No, ma'am.
Did you complete anger management classes?
No, ma'am.
Did you complete individual counseling?
No, ma'am.
My client has asked you to submit to random drug testing, correct?
Correct.
And have you submitted to that each and every time within 24 hours of a request by CPS?
No, ma'am.
How many drug tests did you miss?
I missed probably, I'd say 4, but I took 1 before when I was in Dallas.
And were you using illegal or unprescribed substances at that time?
No, ma'am. They just said I was positive marijuana.
And were you using marijuana?
I was around it, secondhand smoke. I was around it, I'm not gonna lie, we're on the oath, so I'm gonna tell the truth about that. I have people that does smoke marijuana, so.
Do you smoke marijuana?
I used to smoke marijuana before this stuff that happened, and I stopped smoking marijuana.
When did you stop?
I stopped almost a year ago now, almost 2 years ago. I haven't been smoking at all. I've been really trying to get myself together.
Does Ebony smoke?
No, ma'am.
Has she ever smoked that you have seen?
Before the case done happened, we probably done smoked a couple of times, but that's before we even had kids.
So it's your testimony that you have not seen her use marijuana
Ma'am. No, ma'am, I haven't.
Since before you had kids. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you said that you work and your boss is letting you step out to testify today, correct?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work at IHOP and at the hospital.
And how much do you make at IHOP?
$2.35. I am a waitress, man. I just serve customer. I'm a waitress.
So $2.35 plus tips. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then at the hospital, how are you employed?
I just started there. I'm a trash tech.
And how much do you make doing that?
$15.50 an hour, full time.
Do you have benefits available to you?
Yes, I'm gonna put my babies on there. Yes, ma'am. Full-time benefits. Yes, ma'am.
What
whole
is the
package.
cost? If you know, what is the cost of health insurance for your children?
I don't know, but money is not an option. I don't, when it comes to my kids, they can be under my, care. I take care of them.
Are you current on your child support?
Am I on child support?
I said, are you current on your child support?
What do you mean?
Are you paying your child support each month as ordered? Right now?
Yes, ma'am. If they take it out, yes, ma'am. I don't report it when I work. I always report when I work. Yes, ma'am. But it's going to the state.
Pass the witness.
Okay. Attorney Watson?
Thank you, Your Honor, just briefly. Mr. Miller, are you telling the court that you are in a position as of today in order to take all 3 of your children and have them live with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to make arrangements for their schooling and medical care?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
And you understand that whether you agree with it or not, that Ms. Parks is under certain bond conditions in order to not be around minor children.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. I won't break the law.
So if the court were to award you your children, are you telling the court that even though you have a difference of opinion, you would follow the order of the court and enforce the bond conditions?
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to go through this no more. I will. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding since Jaquan came into care for the department, were you offered any additional medical training regarding Jaquan's condition?
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
If offered to you, would you be willing to attend some additional sessions as to understand how best to take care of Jaquan and his condition?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I would.
I pass witness.
Okay. Attorney Reveles?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, did you tell the caseworker that you were not going to visit the children because Ebony wasn't allowed to visit the children?
Yes, at the time I did say that.
Okay, and are you aware of the effect that that had on your children showing up for visits and nobody's there to see them?
Yes, ma'am.
And so would you agree with me that in that situation, you put Ms. Parks ahead of your children?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so did you care that they were crying to visit a parent and mom wasn't able to visit and they wanted to visit with you and you still chose not to?
I wasn't even in Dallas at the time. I left Dallas.
Okay.
I told them I left Dallas.
Okay, so your priority was not visiting your children and being there for them.
No, my heart is to visit my kids. My heart is to be with my kids. But being supervised and everything, that's kind of scary when you gotta see your kids leave and they can't come home with you, Like you seeing your baby girl cry and your kids crying and they want to be home with you, but you only get an hour visit. So like that hurts me the most, so I gotta cope with that and leave and cry every day.
Okay, you can understand that being in foster care is a very difficult and scary situation for a child too. Can you understand that?
Yes.
And so rather than comfort them through that and visit them and give them something to look forward to, you chose to not be there, right?
Ma'am, I was doing Zoom visiting all the time. I do Zoom visiting with my kids all the time, ma'am. So don't make it seem that I don't want to see my kids. It's just the fact that me and Ebony was a team. We was doing it together as a mother and a father. We made them together, so we had a feel we could see them together. But then all of a sudden, she couldn't see them no more because of what somebody said. Because she was seeing them when she caught the case, and then all of a sudden they stopped it.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you did that, except for when Ms. Parks wasn't able to visit, and then you decided, since she can't visit, I'm not gonna visit my children, right?
Yes, but I was in Houston at the time.
Okay, objection,
getting ready to
non-responsive to
decide.
anything after? Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained to anything after yes. Mr. Miller, just answer the question as is asked. So if your answer is yes or no, just stop there, okay?
All right.
Okay.
And Ms. Miller, to your knowledge, where is Miss Ebony living right now?
Right now, I don't know. I think she's with her cousin, but I don't fool with her family.
Okay. And Mr. Miller, when was the last time you used
Use what, marijuana?
any illegal substance?
I just said like last year.
Okay. And how many drug tests did you miss during this case?
Probably 3.
Okay.
I
and so
took
you're-
one.
Okay. And so you're aware that all the drug tests that you missed, those were deemed positives, correct?
Well, yeah, because that's what they were saying.
And so if the court were to send you to take a drug test today, a hair strand or a nail test, would those tests come back positive for any illegal substance?
No.
Okay. And if your children were in your care at the time that this case, because I understand that children were with mom at the time and you guys were not together, right?
Right.
And so let's say that they had been in your care, what would you have done differently given this same set of circumstances? Jaquan is in the hospital. He's almost half the size he's supposed to be. He is covered in scabs, bleeding, open sores, and he got a blood infection. What would you have done in that situation?
I would have took him to the hospital. I would have took him to the hospital then, but see, it didn't happen until we figured it out. We didn't know because the corn scratched all the time. So he gets irritated, mad, he'll scratch. So
but you would
just
agree
does
with me.
it.
Okay, but you would agree with me that this is more than just some scratching, right? If he's completely
Yeah.
covered in open wounds and he's got
But
a
it comes
blood
from-
infection.
It comes from fingernails. As the doctor was saying, babies don't understand that they're scratching so much that you can get an infection from your nails and get it in your skin. Yes, ma'am.
So you
I
do
do know that.
understand the seriousness of this situation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And do
ma'am.
you understand that had Jaquan not been eventually administered proper care, he could have died? You understand
Yes,
that?
ma'am. But I believe he was going to be admitted to the hospital. I know she was not going to let him not go to the hospital.
Okay. And if the court determines that it is not appropriate to place your children with you or Ms. Parks today, is there anybody that you are aware of that does not have any CPS or criminal history that is willing and able to take your 3 children today?
I already said the names, and I ain't gonna say them again. I said them already. I already gave
Objection
everybody the names.
non-responsive. Objection non-responsive. Can you please instruct the witness to answer the question, Your Honor?
Sustained, Attorney Reveles, he did answer that question.
Okay, and so I was asking a different question about the someone being willing and able to, but I will
said
move
the
on.
name.
Okay, and so has a home study been conducted on any of the individuals that you previously named?
No, ma'am, because they don't want to do home studies. Y'all say y'all do home studies, but when they do them, y'all deny them. So, that's why my family getting tired of y'all, because every time y'all do a home visit, y'all deny them. They don't have a felony, the house is nice, and y'all still deny them. So that's
Okay.
why.
So if a home study is a prerequisite for your children being placed, they're not willing to do that. Is that your testimony?
No, they'll do it. But y'all always say when they do a home study, y'all give so much people a hard time. Y'all want to go back when they were first born. Like, my brother, he works for the prison. My sister, she works for the prison. My cousin, she has her own business, her own house. Everybody done named them the people. Like, they really love my kids like I do.
Okay, so just to clarify, they are willing to do a home study or they are not? Because I got confused. This person said they don't want to.
I have to call them because right now they don't even know what's going on. Like CPS called my brother yesterday and he don't even know how they got his number.
Okay, so CPS has been making efforts to place your children with family. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pass to witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Sullivan?
So, Mr. Miller.
Yes, sir,
did
Mr. Dan.
Did you punch any of your children?
No.
Okay. Were you the one caring for Jaquan when he got so sick?
Was I what, sir?
Were you the one caring for Jaquan when he got so sick?
Yes, sir. I was there. Yes, sir.
Now, do you tell us again your address?
How about what, sir?
Tell us again your address, sir. Where do you live?
915 Tigwell, apartment 40, Houston, Texas, 77022.
Now, how do you pay for that apartment, Mr. Miller?
I pay cash. I mean, I pay by money order, you know.
Yeah, you get the money from working, don't you?
Yes, sir. I get it from work. Yes, sir.
So was your priority to find a place to get a place and to get a place set up where your children could come back to?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Was that
sir. I
more
have a
of a
2-bedroom for nothing.
Was that more of a priority to you than doing in-person visits with your children?
Yes.
Are you able to provide a safe home for your children in your home?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If the court orders you to not allow Ms. Parks around the children unsupervised, will you follow that order?
Yes, sir. I will. Yes,
Pass
sir.
witness.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness?
I have no additional questions for this witness at this time.
No, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Miller, thank you. You are done for now. Attorney McKinney, you still have your other 4 witnesses in the waiting room, and you also have the CPS caseworker here.
So I anticipate calling the caseworker next, that is on the call, Tanisha McQueen, and then potentially the investigative worker. I believe that that's all that I will have potentially.
Okay, so Amber Waters, Deborah Mays, and Brittany Henry, can they all be released?
So I'd like to hold on to Amber, if I may, and then I have Tanisha, and potentially I apologize, I misspoke. There's Amber, Tanisha, and Cassandra are the 3 that I'm really needing. And for sure, I will call Tanisha and potentially the other 2 workers as needed.
Okay, so Deborah Mays and Brittany Henry, I can release them, correct?
Your Honor, I will call Deborah Mays.
She's the CASA.
She's the CASA advocate.
Oh, I see.
Brittany Henry is a supervisor, and I do not intend to call her, Judge.
Okay, does anybody intend to call Brittany Henry? I just don't want to waste anyone's time if they don't have to be here.
I
No, Your Honor.
don't.
I do not, Your Honor.
So let me admit her and then I'll go ahead and release her.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Ms. Henry, you are being released. You will not be giving any testimony for today. So you are free to leave.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Judge, with the court's permission, if Ms. Henry wants to remain in the courtroom just to observe, is she able to do that? If she wants to log back in at some point?
Well, I mean, it's also streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't
Surely.
necessarily have to be here.
Surely.
It is well after the lunch hour. And I'm pretty sure everybody's stomach is growling like mine is. So we can recess until after lunch. I do have a 1:30. Let me see. I do have a 1:30 hearing. Let me see 1 second. Well, this one isn't a hearing. It's actually a bench trial as well. So what I'll do is I will check in with them first to see, where they're at in terms of any agreements or what we can kind of iron out beforehand, so I can see how much time that they would actually need. And then I'll just pick up with you all's trial after meeting with them.
Sounds great, Judge. What time would you like us back?
I would say anything, 3 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock.
Yes, Judge.
So just automatically log back in at 3, Your Honor?
Yes, that'll be good. And if for any reason it's earlier than that, I'll have my coordinator send an email to you all to just log in.
Okay, great. We'll be on
Thank you,
standby.
Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day. Well, I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, have a good lunch.
Thank you.
By the parents since the time of the removal of Chase and Holly. I'd like to direct your attention to the services that were ordered for the mother in this particular case. Since the removal of the children in October 2022, has the mother completed parenting classes?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
When did she complete those?
March 14th of 2023.
And then did she complete a psychological evaluation?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
When did she complete that?
I want to say it was March 6th of 2023.
And were there recommendations that she needed to complete related to that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those recommendations?
A psychiatric evaluation to also consider medication management, as well as individual counseling.
And has she provided any documentation to you that she is submitted to a psychiatric evaluation?
No, ma'am.
Has she indicated to you that she's initiated individual counseling?
No, ma'am.
With respect to drug testing, was the mother ordered to complete drug testing in the November 2022 order?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to discuss that with you a little bit. When did you first ask that the mother submit to drug testing during your tenure on the case?
October 2022.
And did she submit to that within 24 hours of your request?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask her to submit in November?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she submit in November?
No, ma'am.
And did you ask her to submit in December of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she submit in December of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. She did not submit, but I asked her.
So to clarify, she did submit or did not submit or something else?
She was asked in December 2022. She didn't submit that actual month when asked to submit for drug testing.
When you asked her in December of 2022, when did she actually go?
January, the beginning of January.
Did you ask her to submit to drug testing in February of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she submit?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask her to submit in March of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she submit?
No, ma'am.
With respect to the testing that you requested from October of 2022 until March of 2023, and yes or no, did the mother provide an explanation to you about why she did not submit to that drug testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what explanation, if any, did she provide to you?
Usually that she can't get off of work and go within 24 hours.
And despite citing having work, and did she ever submit late, if you will, rather than not testing at all?
Yes, ma'am. Her December drug test she was sent for, she did not submit that within 24 hours. She submitted late in January 2023.
And during that, was she illegal for any illegal or unprescribed drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Marijuana.
And with respect to visitation, from September until January of 2022, was the mother visiting with her children?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you become aware that she had conditions of bond that prohibited her having contact with her children?
Yes, ma'am. In January 2023.
And so is it fair to say because of those court orders, she has not visited since then?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss with the mother any potential relative or kinship placements for these children?
Yes, ma'am.
And with what type of frequency have you inquired with the mother about that?
After parent-child visits that were being held, regular phone calls to mom.
Now, you said after parent-child visit, she hasn't visited since January, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So since January, what have you done to inquire with her about potential relative or kinship placements?
We asked her and she mentioned her mother being a placement for her, for the children, well, for Jaquan.
And there was a reference to it previously in testimony. And have you had more than one family group conference in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many FGCs? have there been?
2 total.
And during those FGCs, what names, if any, were provided for potential relative placements for these children?
I can't say for the first one because I didn't attend the first one, but for the second one, they were asked about relatives and no relative names were given.
And so you just testified that the grandmother she requested a home study for placement of one of the children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And which child was that?
For Jaquan Miller.
And did she indicate that she was willing to be considered for Chase?
No, ma'am.
And did she specifically decline to be considered for Chase?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Miss Wendy? Did she ask to be considered for Holly?
No, ma'am.
Did she cite a reason why?
She didn't say, she just said that she wouldn't be willing for all 3.
And was a home study prepared and reduced to writing that was filed among the papers of the court?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the the maternal grandmother on this case, what is the department's concerns as it relates to Miss Wendy?
Protective capacity of the children, as well as the children being removed from that home with both incidents. And then her not willing to accept take all 3 children for placement.
So let's take those one at a time.
Mhm.
With respect to placement of all 3 children, has she ever indicated a willingness to care for all 3 children?
No, ma'am.
With respect to protective capacity, did she seem to appreciate the medical urgency of Jaquan's needs?
No, ma'am.
And does she appear to appreciate the danger in Chase being physically assaulted?
No, ma'am.
And you heard the previous testimony that the mother and grandmother lived in the home where Jaquan suffered these medical injuries, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that play into CPS's consideration about her ability to meet his medical needs?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the children, has Miss Wendy visited with the children while they've been in foster care?
Not since I have the case, she has not.
And has the mother provided any other relative or kinship placements other than Miss Wendy that she has asked CPS to consider?
No, ma'am.
Now, turning to the father in his court-ordered services, and you heard his testimony that he had not completed any of the court-ordered services that were ordered in November 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that consistent with your records?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide an explanation to you about why he did not complete those services?
Mostly work.
And did you set up services here in Dallas, in Houston, or something else?
All virtual services in Dallas County. And some of them, one provider is actually based in Houston but offers virtual services.
So to be clear, he was in Houston, the services were virtual. Is that your testimony, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he able to schedule those at his convenience?
Just one service. Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to visitation, from the time that you got the case in September of 2022 until January of 2023, was the father visiting consistently with his children?
Some visits were consistently, and then it went off in January 2023 with no visits.
And so when you say let's focus on September until December. Was he visiting consistently from September of 2022 until January of 2023?
No, ma'am, not consistently. Some here, some there.
And when you say some here, some there, with what type of frequency was he missing his visitation?
A visit once, skip 2-3 weeks, and then visit again.
And starting in January of 2023, you said that visitation decreased, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And did he provide an explanation to you about why he stopped visiting?
No, ma'am. There was no contact really between in January.
Is there anything about CPS's behavior that restricted his ability to visit?
No, ma'am. He was offered visits and informed that mom wasn't, but he decided not to visit.
And were those in-person, virtual, or some other type of visitation?
In-person visits.
Did you offer him virtual visitation?
Yes, we have offered virtual. He's only completed one virtual visit.
And when is the last time that he has seen his children?
Virtually in March.
Do you recall what date?
I want to say it was March. I want to say the 15th. I mean, like the 31st, I want to say, but it was the end of March.
And prior to that, when is the last time did you show that he visited?
January 12th.
With respect to relative or kinship placements, have you inquired with Mr. Miller about potential relatives or family friends that could take care of the children?
Yes, ma'am.
With what type of frequency?
After every mostly visit that they had at the office, parent-child visits, as well as conversations over the phone every time we would talk.
And so I'd like to turn your attention again. Similarly, he hasn't visited at the office since January, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So since January, what method of communication, if any, have you had with him about potential relative or kinship placements?
Really none, besides the FGC one.
And that was something that was specifically requested or addressed at the FGC, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Miller provide any relative or kinship placements at that juncture?
No, ma'am.
And you heard his testimony today, citing somebody by the name of Ashley, somebody by the name of Fortune, and somebody by the name of Shaniqua, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has he provided any of those names to you previously to be considered for any of the children?
He mentioned the name of Ashley.
Did he say how she is related to the children, if any?
The children's aunt, his sister.
Did you reach out to Ashley?
No contact information was provided, and he stated that he wouldn't be able to take the children in.
Did you ask Mr. Miller for the contact information for Ashley?
Yes, ma'am.
And to date, has he ever provided that to you?
No, ma'am.
And I'd like to talk to the children about each of the children's individual needs. I'd like to start with Chase. And how old is Chase?
Chase is 7 years old.
And what grade is he in?
He's in first grade.
And what services, if any, does he receive through CPS?
He receives behavioral therapy, speech therapy, and play therapy.
And does he have any diagnoses in terms of behavior or development that the court needs to be aware of?
Not no actual diagnosis. We're actually pending a assessment.
And what type of assessment is he pending?
My ADHD autism assessment.
And is that being done through his primary care provider, a specialist, or something else?
Through a counselor, a psychological office.
And if you know, when is that scheduled for him?
He's completed it. We're just waiting on the report.
And with respect to Jaquan, how old is Jaquan?
Jaquan is 5.
And what grade is he in?
He's in kindergarten.
And in terms of services through CPS, what services does he receive?
Play therapy and behavioral therapy.
And does he have any behavioral or mental health diagnoses?
No, ma'am.
And does he have any educational needs?
No, ma'am.
And in terms of medical needs, what type of medical treatment does he require?
He requires frequent dermatologist visits and primary care physician visits.
Does he have any known allergies?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Peanuts.
And does he have a current dermatology provider that sees him on an ongoing basis?
Yes, ma'am.
And since you have had the case since September of 2022, has Jaquan required any additional hospitalizations?
No, ma'am.
And has he required any emergency room treatment for his eczema?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
In December 2022, to get a medication refilled.
Other than the medication refill, has he had any emergency circumstances with his eczema since you have had the case?
No, ma'am.
And I'd like to turn your attention to Holly. How old is Holly?
She's 2.
And does she have any developmental or behavioral needs that the court needs to be aware of?
No, ma'am.
And does she have any medical needs?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
She recently had ear tube surgery due to consistent ear infections.
And does she have seasonal allergies?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And with the ear tubes, was that based on the recommendation of her primary care physician?
Yes, ma'am. It was my audiologist also recommended it.
And was that routine surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any complications from that?
No, ma'am.
Other than her ear tube surgery, does she have any other significant medical needs that the court needs to be aware of?
No, ma'am.
And without saying the name of the actual placement, what type of placement are the children currently in?
They're in a foster home.
Are they together or separate or something else?
They're together
And how long have they been in the same foster home together?
since April the 10th of 2023.
And prior to April 10th, if you would describe for the judge which children were placed in which homes in terms of how were they divided up?
Chase and Holly were placed in the foster home when their removal occurred in October of 2022, and Jaquan was in his initial foster home. He was recently removed to a new foster home in February of 2023.
And so Jaquan, from October of 2021 until February of 2022 was in one foster home?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Chase and Holly were in a different foster home from the time they were removed in September through today's date, is that correct?
It's from October 2022 to April the 10th of 2023.
And is the current placement a dual licensed home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the permanency plan for Chase?
Termination. Unrelated adoption.
And what about for Jaquan?
Termination, unrelated adoption.
And what about Holly?
Termination, unrelated adoption.
Their current foster placement has, and that foster mother indicated a desire or intent to adopt these children if they are free for adoption.
Yes, ma'am, she has.
Other than pending the court's ruling today, are you aware of any immigration or other legal barriers that would preclude these children being eligible for adoption if the parents' rights are terminated?
No, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the parents and their current living situation, you heard the father testify that he lives alone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the father provide a copy of a lease to you?
No, ma'am.
Have you requested that from him repeatedly?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he cite to you why he refused to provide that?
He stated that it wasn't none of CPS's business.
Did the father indicate to you whether or not he intended to live with the mother or not?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about that?
He stated that he was currently living in Houston and that the mother will be moving there in the next couple of days. He was getting everything situated.
And when was it that he told you that the mother was moving in with him?
March 20th of 2023.
Has Mr. Miller allowed you to view his residence?
No, ma'am.
Have you asked to view his residence?
Not in particular, no, ma'am.
And have you inquired with the mother about where she is living?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about her living situation?
She stated that she was living in Houston, but then she stated that she was living with a friend.
Did the mother indicate to you that she planned to live with the father?
She said that they were going to be moving together, yes.
And you heard the mother testify earlier today that she was living with her mother, correct?
Yes.
And when you completed the home assessment on the grandmother, what is the family and what is the living situation of who lives in the grandmother's home?
So the home study was contracted out, but per the home study document, maternal grandmother and her daughter live in the home.
And is that daughter a adult, a minor, or something else?
She's a minor.
With respect to Mr. Miller, there were some questions posed about whether he had ever punched his child. Did you hear those questions previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any allegations that he has physically abused any of the children?
Per CPS history, but not like currently or anything.
Does Mr. Miller, do you believe he has a working understanding of Jaquan's medical needs?
No, ma'am.
With respect to Jaquan's medical treatment, did you offer opportunities for the mother to attend medical appointments for Jaquan?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she attend any of those?
No, ma'am.
Did you offer those same opportunities to Mr. Miller?
No, ma'am. We did not have any offer those same opportunities to Mr. Miller.
And why is that?
That I cannot really say. We didn't offer that to Mr. Miller.
Do you believe that would have been something helpful for him?
Maybe, yes, ma'am.
Okay, Attorney McKinney, it looks like mom dropped off.
Okay, I'll stop, Your Honor. Oh, my video turned off. I'm so sorry. I don't know why.
I mean, you are in the county building, so.
I would like to blame it on that, so we'll just go with that. I was just, I was questioning away, and I apologize. If I had noticed, I would have turned it back on.
Oh, no, it's fine. It actually clicked off a little bit, but I mean, it was a lot going on with Odyssey and everything earlier, so I just figured it was the network.
I did not click it off, Your Honor, and I'll be mindful and attempt to turn it back on if I notice it.
Okay, no worries. Okay, she's back. Let me give her an opportunity to connect to the audio. Ms. Parks, can you hear us? You're on mute, Ms. Parks.
I can hear y'all now. I'm just a little hurt, so that's why I'm not saying anything, but I can hear y'all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Attorney McKinney, you may continue.
And thank you. And with respect to Mr. Miller, does he appear to,
Hold on, she dropped off again. And we can go off the record. Attorney Watson, do you know if your client is having connection issues?
She is not disclosed that to me, Judge. It seems like she is. I will try and get some further clarification for the court.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Attorney McKinney, I stopped your time. So
thank you, Judge.
Well-
May I have a time check?
yes, you have 29 minutes and 32 seconds.
Great, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. We're back on the record. You may proceed. And Attorney McKinney, did you need the last couple of questions that you asked?
I'm gonna pass the witness for now, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Attorney Watson.
Thank you. Ms. McQueen, you stated that you offered Ms. Parks some additional medical education at some point.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And when did you offer that?
In October, Jaquan had 2 medical appointments, specialist appointments, and she was offered to attend those visits.
So just to make sure I understand you correctly, it wasn't any specific training, but you offered for her to be able to attend 2 medical visits.
Yes, ma'am, since she had concerns of the treatment that he was receiving.
Okay. And both of those appointments you said were in October of last year?
Yes, ma'am, October the 5th and October the 7th.
You stated that she completed her parenting class and her psychological evaluation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
You also stated that from that psychological evaluation that there were recommendations.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you make Ms. Parks aware of the recommendations from that psychological evaluation?
She was sent a copy via email of the psychological evaluation.
And when did you send that email?
The same day that I received it.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I want to say it was like 2 weeks afterwards.
2 weeks after what?
That I received it. She done it on March the 6th.
Okay. So somewhere in the month of March of this year, you believe that email was sent?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Where did you set up individual counseling for Ms. Parks?
Virtually.
Through what provider?
Through Butler Psychological Group.
And the psychiatric evaluation, was there a specific provider that was supposed to be done through?
Yes, I mean, she completed through Butler Psychological Group.
You said she did complete it, or it was supposed to be completed?
Her psychological, she completed through Butler Psychological Group.
I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. The psychiatric.
No, ma'am, she did not complete her psychiatric evaluation.
And where was that psychiatric evaluation? What provider was supposed to provide that?
It's virtually. She has the choice to go through Metro Care because we usually don't really have any providers that will pay with the state for the psychiatric evaluation.
Okay. Was a 2054 sent to Butler for the individual counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that sent approximately in the end of March when you, or mid to the end of March when you obtained the psychological evaluation?
No, her 2054 was sent in December. She didn't initiate the services, so I resent it again the beginning of the year.
Okay, let me back up. So you said the psychological evaluation, you didn't get the result, you didn't get that evaluation until March of this year, correct?
Yes, ma'am. She completed in March of this year.
And it was a recommendation of that evaluation that recommended the individual counseling?
Yes, ma'am, but she was also court ordered to do individual counseling as well.
Okay, so they recommended counseling that she was already ordered by the court.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And regarding her drug tests, you indicated that the January 2023 test was positive for marijuana only. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it typical or the policy of the department to remove children based on exclusively marijuana use?
No, ma'am.
When you made the drug test request for Ms. Parks to submit, by what method did you do that?
I usually send emails, text messages, as well as try to call all parents on drug tests.
So are you saying that you did all three of those things for each request, or for each request there was a varying method?
Yes, for each request, I always send emails, text message, and try to call the parents, yes.
Okay, and you're indicating that's what you did with Ms. Parks. You emailed, you sent a text message, and attempted a phone call.
Yes, ma'am, as well as due to not getting responses from the other text messages and calls, I started CCing in attorney on email.
You said that Ms. Parks indicated that her work schedule was the barrier that she articulated to you that she was experiencing regarding taking her drug tests in the 24-hour period. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you and Ms. Parks ever have a conversation regarding her work schedule so that the test could be scheduled around that?
Not in depth, no, ma'am, we did not.
Okay.
Because we usually don't give an advance on drug tests, it's random.
Did you have any information regarding the location where she worked?
No, ma'am, just knew she worked at a hospital at the time.
Do you have any idea as to the distance between her work location and the facility in which you were sending her to test?
No, ma'am, I did not. I usually just send the closest to the residence.
Okay. A pass witness.
Thank you. Attorneys, I can't remember if I called Mr. Sullivan or Reveles. I can't remember.
You sort of alternate a little, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you switch it up, Your Honor, but you can call Mr.
It
Sullivan
doesn't
first.
make any difference to me.
Okay, go ahead, Attorney Sullivan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, so Mr. Parks has told you that he has a suitable home in Houston, right?
Mr. Miller?
Mr. Miller, pardon me. He has told you that he has a suitable home in Houston, right?
Yes.
Okay. You haven't asked to see it, have you?
No, we have not.
It wouldn't really be very practical for you to drive down to Houston to see it in any case, would it?
If got approval, yes.
Okay. That would take, how long would it take to get approval?
Not long at all.
Okay. It's a fairly important question whether there is a suitable home that these children could be returned to, yes?
Yes, if the home is viewed and is suitable, yes.
Okay. Well, of course, it's not going to be viewed if you don't ask to view it, is it?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, Attorney Reveles.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss McQueen.
Yes.
Sorry, I've been addressing you by your first name this whole case. Miss McQueen, what are your concerns for if the court were to return these children to Mr. Miller at this time?
Concerns that Ms. Parks would be in the home.
Okay,
And
and
access to the children.
okay, and do you have any way of knowing if Mr. Miller is clean right now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and throughout this case, was Mr. Miller ordered to take drug tests?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he take those drug tests?
No, ma'am. None of that I've sent him for. He has not taken.
Did he take any drug tests?
He took a drug test with the previous caseworker in July of 2022.
So almost a year ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that drug test positive for any illegal substances?
Yes, ma'am. It's positive for marijuana.
Okay. Now, Mr. Miller, well, would you agree that it has been a goal of mine, at least as the guardian, to try to find family to take these children throughout this case? Would you agree with that?
Objection
Yes.
calls for speculation or hearsay.
She's already answered, Your Honor. And seeing as how we worked on this case with these children, observed visits and everything, she would have knowledge of that. So she would not be speculating.
She would have knowledge as to Ms. Ravella's actions. She would have to speculate.
She would, because we worked the case together.
No, I concede that she has knowledge of your actions. I don't mean to disagree with that.
Yeah, the objection did come late. It's a little further down. So you may proceed, Attorney Ravelis.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And so, Ms. McQueen, Mr. Miller actually testified earlier that of some specific names of people who he says would be suitable for the children to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done home studies on any of those individuals?
No, ma'am, I've not.
Why have you not done home studies on those individuals?
We was only given the name of Ashley. I'm not sure of the other two names that were stated.
Okay, so though whatever other names were stated
Mhm.
today was your first time knowing about those people, or your first knowledge of those individuals?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you contact there were and I don't have the names right here, but during the family group conferences, I think we had 2 or 3 during this case. There were family members who showed up in support of the children and the parents. Is that true?
The first one I knew from reading the report, aunt came on, but I'm not sure because I didn't attend the first one. But with the second one, yes, maternal grandmother, she attended the FGC.
And they were pretty passionate about their position with regards to the children. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, ma'am. Maternal grandmother was at the second one, yes.
Okay. And so did you inquire with these individuals if anybody was willing to take these children, even if they, maybe had to be split up between 2 sisters, or any kind of way that we could place these children with family?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
They didn't have any family members that was willing to take all 3 children. Maybe Jaquan, but no names were provided. With Chase, no family members due to the allegation that was made on the case.
Now, the home study on the maternal grandmother was only for Jaquan, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically with regards to Jaquan has been in foster care for about 18 months. Would you agree with that statement? About approximately?
Yes, ma'am.
Essentially this entire case.
Yes.
And he was never returned home at any point. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, and so with regards to Jaquan, can you tell this court, how has his condition improved since he has been in care, if it has?
Yes, ma'am. So his condition has improved. His skin is very clear. He doesn't scratch as much, only during frustration, but his skin is very clear and free of any kind of open wounds or anything.
And with regards to the blood infection and some of the more severe concerns connected to the medical neglect, have all of those things been been resolved?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what is his current treatment plan, or what is his current regimen? What has to be done in order to take care of Jaquan, and what has to be done in order to keep him healthy?
He has to use sensitive detergent, sensitive soap. He also has 4 creams that he uses daily. Well, one of them is considered a body oil, but he has 3 creams that he uses daily. They're twice a day, in the morning and at night, as well as he does have the body oil to use. That one is twice a day as well. He also has a oral medication, hydroxyzine for itching, that he takes at night.
Okay, and so just hearing that sounds fairly easy to do. It doesn't sound like that takes any, specialized knowledge. Why is it that you guys have concerns about the parents or grandparents being able to do that?
Because it wasn't done like in the beginning, like of the case.
Okay, and throughout the case, have the parents and or maternal grandparents mindset shifted to now believe that these things are necessary in order for this child to be healthy?
Objection
ma'am,
calls
they-
for speculation.
Hold on one second. What was your objection, Attorney Sullivan?
It was me, Your Honor, and I was objecting to cause for speculation.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor.
I was getting ready to ask, did you want to rephrase that question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McQueen, my question to you is, what actions or even words have the parents displayed or expressed to show you that even though we didn't take this seriously and we didn't think it was a big deal and we didn't realize that he could die, now we get it. And now I understand, and now we're going to do what we need to do to keep this baby healthy.
Never.
Okay. When was the last time the department took Ms. Parks or Mr. Miller, the parents, for a drug test?
In March of 2023. The last
Okay,
day.
and-
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay, and were those tests taken?
No, ma'am.
I
they
mean,
didn't.
did they go for the test?
No, ma'am, they do not.
Okay, so when was the last test that the department sent them for and they actually took it and you actually got results?
Dad hasn't took none that I have sent him for. Mom, she was sent in December of 2022. She took it the beginning of January 2023, and that one was positive. It was a hair strain positive for marijuana.
Okay, and so does it seem to be that marijuana is the drug of choice with regards to these parties?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they ever tested positive for anything else?
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, Attorney McKinney?
Sorry, pass the witness.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness?
Not for me, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
okay, may this witness be excused.
And she's my designated representative, so if she can just remain in the courtroom, that would be great, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
And I'd like to call Amber Waters, and she is in the waiting room, Judge.
I am admitting her right now. Okay, Attorney McKinney, you may proceed.
Thank you. If you will state your name for the judge, please, Ms. Waters. You're on mute, if you'll take yourself off mute.
Sorry, Amber Waters.
And Ms. Waters, how are you currently employed?
I'm a CVS worker, CPS.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Almost 2 years.
And were you the caseworker previously assigned to the Chase Miller case?
Yes.
What time frame were you assigned to the case as the conservatorship worker?
I was assigned the case when it first came to CVS in October of 2021 up until September of 2022 when I went on medical leave.
And is that the reason that you were removed from the case is because of your medical treatment, correct?
Correct.
And during the time that you were assigned to the case, were you responsible for facilitating services for the parents and the children in this case?
Yes, I was.
And with respect to Holly and Chase, we heard testimony previously that they were returned to the mother at the 14-day hearing. Were you part of that hearing?
I was not part of that hearing. I was assigned after they were already returned.
And from the time that the children were returned to the mother in November of 2021 until you went on medical leave, did you have an opportunity to see Chase and Holly in the mother's home?
Yes, in the grandmother and mother's home, yes.
And who lived in that home?
Miss Parks, the mother, and maternal grandmother.
And were there any other children other than Chase and Holly living in the home?
No, not that I was aware of.
Did you see Miss Parks's sister living in the home at the time?
I saw her on a couple of visits. I wasn't sure she was living there or not.
But you observed her in the home?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to Chase and Holly's care while living with the mother between November of 2021 until you went on medical leave, was there anything out of the ordinary in terms of the children's day-to-day care that caused you concern?
Aside from attendance issues at school with Chase, that was the only issue that I came across as far as concerns.
Is it fair to say that them Chase and Holly living in their mother's home was fairly unremarkable during that time period? Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And with respect to the father, did you attempt to make contact with him while you managed the case and from November of 2021 until your leave on medical leave?
Yes.
And how did you attempt to engage him?
We spoke on the phone, we would text, and also I would see him from time to time when he would attend the parent-child visits.
And I'd like to direct your attention to those parent-child visits. Although Chase and Holly were with their mother, Jaquan was in foster care when you had the case, correct?
Correct.
Were you responsible for scheduling visitation for the mother and father with Jaquan while he was in foster care, but his siblings were home?
Yes, I was.
And in terms of visitation, in November of 2020, did the parents visit consistently? Or 2022, did the parents visit? Strike that. I'm going to start over. November of 2021, did the parents visit consistently in the month of November 2021?
That was the second month the case was open.
Yes.
We were having issues getting the parents in consistently for visitation.
And did they cite to you why they were having trouble visiting?
They told me that they were having transportation barriers at times, and sometimes it was work.
Did you offer to provide them bus passes to facilitate that visitation?
Yes, I did offer them bus passes at one point.
Did they accept those?
I never got around to giving it to them.
And why is that?
It was difficult for me to track them down. Whenever I would catch them at the visits, it just wasn't on a consistent basis.
And did they visit consistently in December 2021?
No, ma'am.
With respect to January of 2022, how many times did the parents either miss a visit or show up late?
3 times.
And in February of 2022, how many times did they miss or show up late?
3 times.
What about March of 2022?
On March, mom missed 1 visit and dad missed 3.
And then April of 2022, what type of visitation did they exercise, if any?
It was still inconsistent. They did no show for 1 visit.
And then from May of 2022 until you were off of the case for your medical leave, did the parents visit in May, June, July, or August of 2022?
I'm sure they had a couple in there, but it was spotty. It wasn't on a weekly basis. Sometimes it would go several weeks with no visit.
Were there instances where Jaquan was brought to the office and the parents failed to show?
Yes.
What was his emotional reaction to that?
Confusion when he would have to go back to the car without seeing them.
Did he express sadness?
Frustration, more so.
And with respect to the canceled and missed visits from January until you went on medical leave, did the mother provide an explanation to you why she was not visiting consistently?
There were a number of reasons.
What were those reasons?
Like I said, sometimes it was work. It seems like work was the most consistent reason I got for them not showing up, not being able to get off. Sometimes it was transportation, issues with the bus route being too far from the office. That was the excuses I got mostly.
Did they ask you to change the days of the week or times of the days to facilitate their work schedules?
Sometimes they would, and I would do my best to accommodate them. And I told them to let me know their off days, and we would work around their off days. And sometimes I just wouldn't even hear from them that week at all.
And when you attempted to accommodate their work schedule, did that seem to alleviate the missed or late visits?
No.
And with respect to drug testing, did you ask that the mother submit to drug testing while you had the case?
Yes.
With what type of frequency?
Usually monthly or every other month.
And did she submit in the timeframes as requested when asked by the department?
No, not every time.
Did she provide explanations for you about why she was not testing?
She would tell me, it would be more so like a resistance. Like, why do I have to do this? It wasn't really an excuse. It was more so a question to me. And then it just wouldn't get done.
Did you ask the father to submit to random drug testing?
Yes.
With what type of frequency?
Same frequency as mom. Anytime I asked one of them to go, I would ask the other one to go.
And did he test consistently?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention really quickly to proposed relative or kinship placements. Did you inquire with the mother about potential relative or kinship placements for the children?
Yes.
And what names, if any, did she provide to you?
The only name I got from her was her mother, the maternal grandmother.
And did she indicate that she would care for Chase, Jaquan, Holly, some combination, or none of the above?
Well, at the time, Jaquan was the only one in care. And the grandmother was willing to take Jaquan.
And were you involved with the children after their removal from the mother?
I was not Chase and Holly, no.
Did you inquire with the father about potential relative or family friends that could take care of Jaquan?
Yes, I did.
And what names, if any, did he provide to you?
He didn't provide any names to me.
Ask the witness.
All right, Attorney Watson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Waters, when Jaquan came into care, the parents were only ordered to do minimal services. Is that correct?
Correct.
I believe it was parenting classes, and the court ordered for Ms. Parks kind of one and done drug test at the initiation of the case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were drugs the basis of this removal?
No.
You said you requested that Ms. Parks go test monthly. Is that correct? Or
Correct.
every other month?
Yeah, monthly or every other month.
In what method did you make those requests?
Via text, phone calls, sometimes when I would see her at the visits.
And were those methods consistent for each time, or did it vary depending on when you asked?
It was pretty consistent. It was more consistent with text, not as consistent as far as face-to-face because I needed to have documentation.
Okay. During your tenure of the case, did Ms. Parks keep the same phone number?
No.
And how did you become aware of that?
I would reach out to her mother if I went a while without hearing from her to get an updated phone number. Usually her mom was able to give me a new number if she had one.
And regarding the transportation and the bus passes issue, Did mother at any point in time indicate that from her residence was not on a bus route?
No, she didn't indicate that to me. She did indicate that the bus route had switched at some point, changed routes.
Did she indicate to you at any point how far from her residence the nearest public transportation was?
No.
Do you know how far from the CPS facility where the visitation was taking place, the nearest bus drops off?
She told me that it was about a 10-minute walk.
The visits during your time handling the case, were they more or less at the same time each week?
I tried to keep them around the same time, but sometimes we'd have to switch when I was trying to accommodate their schedule. So it would vary.
And how specifically did you all go about obtaining the information of their work schedule would conflict with the visit?
I would text them usually in the beginning of the week, asking them what their work schedule was looking like this week, what off days they have. I would tell them to let me know, next week what their off days were looking like so that we could pick a day that worked for them to schedule the visit so that I could make sure that they would be off.
And were the parents responsive to that?
Sometimes, and sometimes they wouldn't reach out to tell me their off days.
When they didn't reach out, did the visit take place at a certain day and time regardless?
No. If there were times where if I didn't know what day they wanted me to schedule the visit, then I just wouldn't schedule the visit.
So when you characterize them as missing visits, are those visits that were scheduled and they did not appear?
Yeah, so when I categorize them as missing visits, those are visits that were actually scheduled, and that they either no-showed to or texted or called me to cancel.
And when they texted and called to cancel, was that in time to ensure that Jaquan was not transported to the facility?
Sometimes it was, and then sometimes he would be on the way. Sometimes he was already there. It was never consistent.
And just to make sure I understand this correctly, your tenure with this case only really had to do with Jaquan once Chase and Holly went back home. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you have no affiliation or involvement in the case for the removal of Chase and Holly in October of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
I pass the witness.
Attorney Sullivan?
So among the complications here, the parents both work retail, typically, correct?
I'm not sure. I know Dad was working at a hospital at some point and changed jobs quite a few times during the case.
Okay. And of course, buses make transportation a lot more complicated, right?
Yes.
20-minute drive in a car might take an hour and a half on a bus, right?
Right.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Okay. Attorney Reveles?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Waters, were you the caseworker on the case when Chase was removed?
No.
Okay. Did you visit Chase at his school or have any interactions with him at school?
No, I never visited Chase at school.
Okay. And have you ever spoken to his teacher?
I did email his teacher about his attendance.
Okay. Were there any concerns that were expressed to you by the school or the teacher with regards to Chase's care while placed with his mother?
Objection, hearsay.
Attorney Reveles, did you want to rephrase your question?
Yes, sir. Were you aware of any concerns with regards to Chase's care while he was placed with his mother?
Yes. His teacher made me aware that she had concerns
Objection,
about.
hearsay, or response relies upon hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay, can you answer the question without stating what somebody else told you?
Yes.
Just what were the concerns, I guess?
The concern was him missing school or showing up tardy, and cleanliness.
Okay. And were the concerns with regard to cleanliness severe enough that the teacher personally provided his clothing? I haven't even finished my question.
I'm sorry, counsel, my mistake.
No problem, Attorney Watson.
Attorney Reveles, would you please repeat your question?
Yes, Your Honor, I will. I forgot it now.
It looked like you were asking about the concerns for cleanliness. Were they severe enough for the teacher to personally?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Were those concerns remedied by the school and or teacher providing Chase clothing so that he could attend school?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. Other than cleanliness and attendance, were there any other concerns?
No.
Okay. And when you got off of this case, you pretty much didn't have anything to do with this case until, I guess, somebody told you to come to trial. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So you are not aware of any information regarding the reason that Chase and Holly were removed?
Correct.
Okay. While you were on the case, were there concerns with drug use on the part of the parents?
Yes.
And what did the department do to address those concerns?
Try to send the parents for drug testing to confirm. That's really as far as I got.
And what was the result of that?
Mom tested positive for marijuana.
And prior to those results, did the parents have to be admonished by the judge to take the drug test?
Yes.
And did the department send the parents for any kind of drug treatment or drug assessment or anything like that? Once they tested positive?
Not while I had the case, no.
And just to clarify, the only services that the judge ordered at that time, which was in the very beginning of the case when it essentially was just Jaquan, were like parenting classes and random drug testing. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, parenting classes and a drug test.
Okay. And then was any individual counseling ordered at that time?
No.
Okay. And are you aware if any individual counseling or anger management or any of that was ordered at a later date? And if you're not aware, you can say I'm not aware.
I'm not aware.
Okay. I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney McKinney, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness?
I have one, Judge.
Okay, let me see. You may proceed.
Ms. Waters, you stated for Ms. Parks, during your tenure of the case, the only thing that resulted from the drug tests were a positive for marijuana. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is the use of marijuana typically the basis of a removal in CPS as you understand it?
To my understanding, no.
I pass the witness.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can this witness be excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. Ms. Waters, thank you for your time here today. You are free to leave.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And Judge, may I call Cassandra Rodriguez and may I get a time check?
Yes, you have 18 minutes and 48 seconds. Attorney Watson, you have 42 minutes and 50 seconds. Attorney Sullivan, you have 58 minutes and 16 seconds. And Attorney Reveles, you have 51 minutes and 58 seconds. Let's take a
Thank you.
5-minute, you're welcome. Let's take a 5-minute break, give everyone an opportunity to stretch, and my court reporter definitely needs a break.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you. Attorney McKinney, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to call Cassandra Rodriguez, and I believe she's in the waiting room still, Judge.
Okay, I'm admitting her now.
And Ms. Rodriguez, how are you currently employed?
I am a child protective investigations investigator.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
About a year and 9 months.
And were you the investigator initially assigned to the case filed in the interest of Chase Miller et al. Children?
Yes.
And when were you assigned to that case?
I was assigned to that case September 16th of 2021.
And what was the nature of the referral that CPS received?
The allegations were for medical neglect due to Jaquan having severe eczema.
And with respect to that referral, without identifying the name of the reporter, was that reporter a lay person, a professional, or something else?
A professional.
And at the time that you received the referral, did you attempt to make contact with the mother in this case?
I did several times.
And when did you first attempt to make contact with her?
So I was assigned the case late on September 16th of 2021. So the first time I attempted to make contact was the next day, which was September 17th of 2021.
And whenever you attempted to contact the mother, where did you go to attempt to contact her?
The address that I had listed on the intake.
And were you successful in reaching her?
I was not.
When you did not successfully contact her, what did you do in response to that?
So I stopped with my supervisor and I was advised to go out again the next day to try and attempt with her again.
And were you successful in making contact with her the next day?
I was not.
How many days did you attempt in a row to contact the mother?
So I want to say it was about maybe like 2 weeks.
And during that 2-week time period, let's take each of the children individually. Were you able to make contact with Chase, the oldest child?
Not initially.
Were you able to make contact with Jaquan?
Within that time frame?
Yes.
After about the 2 weeks, yes, I was able to meet with Jaquan.
And where did you find Jaquan?
At Children's Medical Center in Dallas.
And were you able to meet with Holly in that 2-week period?
No.
During the 2-week period where you were trying to see the children, did you have any conversations with the mother during that time frame?
Between the 2 weeks?
Yes.
Yes.
And when did you first make phone contact with the mother?
The first time I made phone contact with Miss Parks was on September 22nd of 2021.
And did you explain the purpose of your call?
Yes.
Did you request to see the children?
Well, correction, it was September 20th of 2021 when I received a call back from her.
And did you explain the purpose of your contact at that time?
Yes.
And did you request to see the children?
I did.
What explanation, if any, did she provide to you when you asked to see the children?
She wanted to know who the reporter was because it was false information that was being provided to us.
Did you ask her where the children were currently?
I did.
Did she refuse to provide that to you?
Did. Well, she stated that they were out of town, but didn't go. No.
Did she say where they were out of town?
No.
Did you attempt to see Chase at school?
I did.
was he enrolled at school at that point?
He was enrolled, but was not in school that day.
How many times did you attempt to see him in school?
I attempted to see him once at school when I found out where he went to school.
And did you attempt to see Jaquan at daycare?
I did.
Was he at daycare?
He was not.
How many times did you attempt to see him at daycare?
Twice.
And what additional efforts did you make to attempt to locate the children?
I requested a special investigator to assist me with locating the parents and locating the children.
And did you continue to attempt to engage the mother in phone conversations to find the children?
Yes.
And would she, at any time between your initial investigation in September 16, 2021, until you found Jaquan at the hospital, did she ever disclose the location of her children?
When I made contact with her in the hospital for the first time, she had mentioned that the children were with their father at the father's cousin's home.
And when you described that you had to enlist the assistance of a special investigator, is that a different type of CPS investigator?
Yes.
If you are aware, did they have additional training to assist you in locating families?
Yes.
As part of the location attempts, was this family placed on a registry as a wanted or missing family by CPS?
So we put the children on what's called the child safety check alert list to include the mother and the father as well.
And is that an enhanced effort to try and locate this family?
Yes.
And when you made contact with the mother, you indicated you made contact with the mother and Chase at Children's Medical Center?
With the mother and Jaquan at Children's Medical
Medical Center. Jaquan, correct?
Yes.
And what date was that again, please?
That was October 5th of 2021.
And how is it that you learned Jaquan was at the hospital?
I received a phone call from the clinical social worker at Children's Hospital.
And when you responded to the hospital, did you have an opportunity to interview the mother?
I did.
And when you confronted her with the allegations about the medical neglect related to eczema, did she provide an explanation to you?
She mentioned that she had taken Jaquan to the doctor 2 months prior to this report coming in, but there was nothing that doctors could do for him at that time. So she brought him to the hospital to see what they could do, and they ended up giving him, I believe it was the cream that was applied to his skin, was what she was asking for previously by other medical professionals that Children's Hospital had finally given her.
And did she seem to appreciate that the treatment that landed her child in the hospital was a medical emergency?
Can you repeat that?
I said, did she seem to appreciate that the reason Jaquan was in the hospital when you saw her, did she seem to appreciate that that was a medical emergency for Jaquan?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with the father at the time that Jaquan was hospitalized?
He showed up at the hospital the following day.
Did you attempt to contact him the day that you met with Jaquan and the mother in the hospital?
I did not, but the mother did call him in the hospital.
And how do you know that she called him in the hospital?
She was on the phone whenever I was in the room.
And what did she tell him?
Well, I had asked to see Holly and Chase. So I believe I didn't hear her entire conversation, but I believe she was trying to coordinate if they were going to bring them to the hospital.
And did you consult with any of the medical professionals at Children's?
I did.
And without saying what they told you, who did you consult with?
I consulted with the resident physician that was assigned to working with him.
Did you have the opportunity to speak to Dr. Reeder as well?
I did.
And other than interviewing the mother, interviewing or speaking to the father and speaking to the medical professionals, were there any other collaterals that you spoke to in making your recommendation for a removal?
I believe it was just the medical professionals and then my supervisor and the daycare.
And when you informed the parents that you intended to remove Jaquan, did you inquire about potential relative or kinship placements that could take care of Jaquan?
I did.
And what did the mother tell you?
The father provided a cousin, but due to her own CPS history with us, we were not unable to use her.
So I'm gonna stop you right there to back up. Did the mother provide the name of a relative or kinship placement?
She did, her mother.
And did you contact Miss Wendy about potentially taking care of Jaquan?
So due to her not disclosing where Miss Parks and her children were, we didn't feel that it was okay to leave the children with her because she had not been honest with us throughout my investigation.
And did she attempt to secret the children from you when you were conducting your investigation?
At the time, I wasn't sure, but later on, Miss Parks had given me the address of her mother and stated that her and the children were living there. And I had told her that I'd been to that address about 2 times, and her mother mentioned to me that she did not reside.
Objection to hearsay.
Sustain.
And with respect to the father, you testified that he provided a cousin's name to care for for Jaquan, correct?
Correct.
And you said that do you remember the name of that cousin?
I don't remember like her full name, but I think it was Lakeisha for sure. She had 2 last names, but I can't remember the order that they were in.
And she was not considered based on CPS history?
Correct.
Did she have a CPS case of her own?
She did.
And with respect to Chase and Holly, and did you have discussions with the mother asking her to produce those children to you?
Yes.
And when did you ask her to do that?
The day I removed Jaquan.
And how long from the time that you asked her to produce those children until you secured possession of them, how long was that?
I believe it was the following week. Yeah, it was the following week.
Did you have to enlist the assistance of law enforcement to secure possession of those children?
We did, but we did not have to use them.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Miss Parks and Mr. Miller had a parent-child visit the following week. I believe it was October 11th. And they brought Holly to that visit, and we removed Holly after the visit. And then while they were in the visit, we did a removal of Chase while he was at school.
And prior to that visit on the 11th, had you informed the parents that CPS had legal custody of their children?
Yes, I believe so.
And what response, if any, did the mother provide to you?
We had talked about it, and she had agreed to finally let me assess them.
And what response, if any, did the father have when you informed him that CPS had legal custody of his children?
He was upset.
Did he produce the children to you?
No.
Did you provide either parent with a copy of the court order to demonstrate to them that CPS had legal custody of their children?
I believe they were served with that paperwork. I don't think I provided it to them myself.
And other than the initial investigation in this particular case, have you had any other ongoing involvement with this case?
No, ma'am.
And were you responsible for setting up the initial services for the parents?
In the staffing with CBS, yes.
And were you responsible for setting up the initial services for the children as well?
No, I don't believe so.
And there was some previous testimony by Dr. Reeder that after Jaquan was removed from the hospital, that he had to return to the hospital for additional treatment. Were you the caseworker assigned when Jaquan required additional hospital intervention related to his eczema?
I was not.
Pass the witness.
Right. Attorney Watson.
I have no questions for this witness, Judge.
Okay. Attorney Sullivan.
No questions.
Attorney Reveles.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Rodriguez, at the time that you placed, or that it was decided to place Jaquan into foster care, or actually all the children at that time, this is prior to the 14th day, you guys placed all the children in foster care. Had you exhausted your options for relative placements or any suitable placement that would be within the family?
So we did obtain another placement option. It was Mr. Miller's stepsister. We had, done the information to do a home study, and I believe the reason why we didn't use her was because last minute she backed out once her kids had to be involved with being interviewed.
Okay, and at any point did she reinsert herself as a placement option, or to your knowledge, did anybody follow up to reach out to her to see if maybe she had changed her mind or wanted to be reconsidered?
During my case, no.
And at the time of the removal, do you know what services the department were recommending for the parents at that time?
I believe it was counseling, psychosocial evaluation. I believe that random drug testing, parenting, and I want to say psychological was on there.
Okay, and do you guys do any kind of investigation into whether there is drug history or whether there is a need to have parents drug tested, or is it just, it's a CPS case, we're drug testing?
So when we do interviews, we ask the family, each individual that we interview, we ask them if they've ever used any illegal drugs, if they're currently using illegal drugs, if they smoke. I believe in this case specifically, one of the children stated that their father used marijuana.
Okay. And so did either of the parents self-report drug use or concerns with drugs or illegal substances?
The mother, I believe, did not, and I never got a chance to interview the father.
Okay, I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney McKinney?
And pass this witness.
Okay. Is this witness free to leave?
No objection.
No objection.
Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, thank you for your time and your patience here today. You are free to leave.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I almost said you were free to exit the cabin. Okay. Call your
Rest, Judge.
Okay. All right. And just for timekeeping purposes, you do have 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. Okay, Attorney Watson?
I have no additional witnesses, Your Honor. I rest.
Okay. And you have 42 minutes and 15 seconds left. Attorney Sullivan, you have 58 minutes and 16 seconds left.
And still I rest, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Reveles, you have 49 minutes and 14 seconds left. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna call Deborah Mays.
Okay, I'm admitting her now. All right, Attorney Reveles, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mays, you were assigned as the volunteer advocate for this case back in 2021, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've actually been on this case since the very beginning, is that true?
That's true.
And so when all three children were in foster care initially, Holly and Chase were placed together in a foster home, and then Jaquan was in a separate foster home. Is that sound accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so with regards to Jaquan, what would, based on your involvement in this case for the last about 18 months, what would be your concerns if the court were to place the child with mother at this time, or to, you know, if that works, if the judge decided that Jaquan is going to go home to mom today, what would be your concerns, if any?
I would have some concerns based on the initial medical neglect, which I'm sure you've all covered, and the lack of follow-up in terms of going to appointments, knowing that this is an ongoing condition that needs a lot of attention from what I understand from his foster parents, the foster homes that he's been in. I know you're asking in terms of Jaquan, but also in terms of what went on with Chase in terms of the black
Okay, well,
eye.
let me stop you right there so we can just go kind of in order and make it very clear for the court. With regards to Jaquan and the concerns that you have for Jaquan, is to your knowledge and understanding of what he needs in order to be healthy, is your understanding that his eczema condition is stable right now? He is, you know, we would say doing well. Would you say that?
I would say he is doing well at this time in terms of his eczema.
And is it your understanding that based on the level of care that he requires, that he would have to continue to be treated, continue to have all of the appropriate measures taken, be taken to appointments, and so in order to manage his condition and keep him safe and healthy?
That's my understanding, absolutely.
Do you have concerns about the mother's ability, understanding, and willingness to do that?
I do.
And why do you have that concern?
Based on Jaquan being put into care, I think some other things point to a lack of concern generally, also in terms of not necessarily making it to visits when the kids were in foster care. That might point to willingness to then be able to do the things medically that are needed as well.
Okay. And is it your understanding that services are designed to remedy, right, the reasons that children are in care, or to give parents certain skills and knowledge to be able to care for their children in a way that kind of eliminates the need for CPS to get involved? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And do you believe that that has been accomplished in this case?
I do not.
Okay. And with regards to Mr. Miller, what would be your concerns if the court were to return the children to Mr. Miller at this time?
Similar to those that I've expressed, in addition to the failed drug tests also playing a factor.
Okay. Do you believe that the father puts his children's needs above his above their mother's?
No.
And with regard to his actions and decisions in this case, has he seemed to place Ms. Parks's needs in front of his children's?
Yes.
Objection calls for opinion.
Okay, hold on 1 second, because there's two things going on right now. The objection was calls for an seem to place Ms. Needs overruled, and I'm admitting mom back into the meeting. She dropped off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mays, you may answer.
I'm sorry, will you please repeat the question?
I was asking with regards to the actions that you have seen the father take throughout this case, do you believe that he prioritizes the mother's needs over his children's?
I do.
And with regards to the actions that you have seen the maternal grandmother take in this case, do you believe that she is that her priority is to support her daughter rather than protect her grandchildren?
I do.
And with regards to Chase and Holly, now, how old is Holly?
She's 2 now.
Okay, and when we started this case, she was just a few months old, would you say?
Yes, she was maybe, yes, she was not 1. She was maybe 10 months old at the oldest.
Okay. And how old is Chase at this time?
Chase is 7.
Okay, and so we are talking about 3 rather small children who still continue to have a lot of needs. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, I agree with that.
And has anybody in this case shown a willingness to provide stability for these children?
I'm assuming you do not mean foster parents, so no.
Of course not. I mean, the parties or parents or anybody that have been looked at as a possible placement for the children or support for the children.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, and so are you aware of what the plan is with regards to these children?
I am not aware of the plan at this point. Other than giving recommendation in my court report, but I do not know the plan at this point. It seems as though a lot of options have been exhausted.
And so what was the recommendation that you're making with regards to these children?
CASA is recommending termination and adoption in order to provide stability and permanence for the 3 siblings.
Okay, now, if there was a way for the court and or the department to identify a suitable relative who is safe and can provide stability and who is willing to do that for these children, would CASA's recommendation be to place with that person, that option?
Absolutely. That's always the goal.
And so part of the—
Hold on 1 second. Mom dropped off. I'm admitting her back now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I stopped your time.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And so is part of your recommendation that you've made to the court today, in part because there just have not been any other options?
Yes, that's correct.
And you understand that this case is in extension,
I am.
which means we are kind of down to the wire when it comes to what the options are with regards to these children.
Correct.
Do you feel that the department have done their due diligence in regards to finding a relative or family or even fictive kin placement for these children to be able to establish stability?
What I've seen, yes.
Given Jaquan's, medical needs, and also Holly still being a baby, do you think that these children will require a little bit more protection and care, or less than the average child?
More.
Okay. And with regards to Chase, do you know why Chase was removed from his parents? What is your understanding of why he was removed?
The second time,
Yes.
because he went to school with a black eye that he alleged he was due to his mother striking him.
Okay. And at the time that Chase was removed, did you visit Chase around that time?
Once he was placed in foster care, yes.
Okay. And by the time that you visited him, did he still have a black eye, or had his injuries healed at that time?
They had healed some, not completely.
Okay. And did, to your knowledge, if you know, did Chase make any other outcries of physical abuse with regards to anything?
Not to me, Chase. Other children, yes, but not Chase verbally to me.
Okay. And what would be your, are you concerned about the fact that the grandmother in this case and the mother and the father, essentially nobody seems to believe Chase, right? Are you concerned about that?
I am concerned about that.
And how do you think that this lack of protection and or lack of belief of this child, even though he had visible physical scars, do you think that, how do you think that placing him back in an environment where no one believes him would affect him?
Well, naturally, he's not been believed when he.
Objection to speculation.
Attorney Reveles, would you like to rephrase your question?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm gonna break it down into a little bit. Okay, so Ms. Mays, are you concerned about the fact that the parents and the maternal grandmother in this particular case have expressed that they do not believe Chase was physically harmed?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you physically saw Chase around the time that this report was made.
Yes.
So is it concerning to you that despite there being literally a black eye on his face, the parties in this case are saying this didn't happen?
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony.
Sustained.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney McKinney, you have 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. Do you have any questions for this witness?
I don't, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Attorney Watson?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Mays, how many one-on-one conversations have you had with Ms. Parks?
None.
Okay. In any capacity, written or verbal, you have not had any one-on-one communication with Ms. Parks?
That's correct.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that the information that you've been able to obtain, none of that has come from mother directly to you?
That is correct.
You also stated that you had concerns, I guess, regarding drug usage.
Correct.
And what is your understanding of mother's drug usage?
That she failed to take court-ordered drug tests.
Objection,
initially.
non-responsive.
Sustain.
Do you believe that mother uses drugs?
I believe that she, I can't comment to that, I don't think.
Okay, but you indicated that you had a concern regarding drugs, but you can't comment as to whether or not you believe mother uses drugs
What you mean currently?
during the course of the case.
Yes, I have concerns that during the course of the case, there was drug use, yes.
Were you made aware of any of the drug test results?
I was.
And what is your understanding of those results as it pertains to mother?
That they were negative.
And yet, as you testified today, you indicate that you still have a concern regarding drugs.
Initially, that she did not take the court-ordered drug test at the time, given an ample amount of time allotted, yes.
Okay. Now, the drug tests that were made available to you, or that you have knowledge of the results, is your understanding that those tests were hair follicle tests?
I believe that was the case, yes.
And do you understand that hair follicle tests go back an extended period of time?
Yes.
And is your concern regarding drug use the same for father?
No.
Do you have a concern regarding drug use as it pertains to dad?
Yes.
And how is that concern different than the concern that you articulated for mom?
Because he tested positive for his drug test.
And what is your understanding of what he tested positive for?
Marijuana is what I'm aware of.
And based on that knowledge of the marijuana, that is the basis of the evidence of your concern regarding drug use.
Yes, yes.
I pass the witness.
Okay. Attorney Sullivan?
You indicated you'd had no direct conversations with Ms. Parks. Have you had any direct conversations with Mr. Miller?
I have not.
Have you been to the apartment in Houston to check it out?
I have not.
Were you given the address?
To my knowledge, I do not have the address.
Okay, were you aware he had an apartment in Houston?
I am aware, yes, sir.
Did you make any effort to get the address?
I did not.
Did you ask to go there?
I did not.
Pass the witness.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Attorney Reveles?
Yes, Your Honor, I have no other witnesses.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Mays is free to leave.
She is.
No objection.
Thank you. Ms. Mays, thank you for your patience today and thank you for your testimony. You are free to leave.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So all sides rest,
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
be closing.
Your Honor, I don't know when would be appropriate for you for me to give my recommendation, or if you even need it, if you've already figured it out. I don't know. I'll leave that to your discretion.
Yes, well, I wanted to give all of the other attorneys an opportunity if there was anything else left they needed to say before I got your report. So
I have no additional witnesses or exhibits, Your Honor. I would just ask the court to take judicial notice of my summary of requested relief that was filed among the papers of the court. Other than that, I do not have any additional evidence to offer.
okay, the court takes judicial notice of all contents of the court's file. Attorney Reveles, if you wanted to go ahead and proceed with your report.
Yes, Your Honor. If I am completely honest with the court, Your Honor, I'm very surprised that this case got to this point. I had every hope that this is a case that we would have been able to accomplish family reunification, and I am in some ways just disappointed that that could not happen. Also, given the amount of support that the parents had, thought that we'd be able to reunify the children with family as well, and that hasn't happened. And so just with my general belief that, family is a better place for children than the state. I don't think the state's a good parent generally. I am disappointed that we have not been able to make that happen. Given that, and I was really holding out hope that something would happen with that all the way up until we got to this point. Given that, Your Honor, I do believe that it's time for these children to finally have some stability. They have been going through this entire system for almost 2 years now. I mean, the youngest child was literally a baby when we started this case, and now she's 2 years old. And the only way that I can see for that to happen at this point, Your Honor, is to go ahead and terminate the rights of the parents so that these children can be able to be adopted and finally achieve some stability. And so with those caveats, that is my, with those hesitations and reservations, that is my recommendation to the court at this time.
Thank you. Okay, and we're off the record. I have a couple of questions. If anyone can answer this for me. Does any of the attorneys know of a drug testing facility in Houston?
I believe that some of the people that are contracted have locations in various cities. I don't want to speak for the department.
So Judge, my client has specifically provided drug testing to the parents in Houston, and the caseworker that is on the call, and I anticipate she could give the specific address where she has specifically asked them to go in the past.
Okay. Yes, that address.
The one that I sent the parents to last month was National Screening Center. And I did locate this one by using the address from dad's and also checking to see if they accept the state paid 2054.
Do you have the address of the actual facility
Yeah,
itself?
407 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas, 77002. And I have the contact number as well.
Okay, give me the zip code again.
77002.
Okay, thank you. And what is that contact number?
713-226-7847.
226-7847. Would you happen to have a contact person?
No, ma'am. So I usually just call and ask do they accept the state, like the 2054.
Okay, the court is going to reserve a ruling. We can go on the record for that part. The court is going to reserve the ruling in order that the parents submit to drug testing at National Screening Center at 407 Fannin Street in Houston, Texas, 77002. They have to perform this drug test no later than 2 p.m. on tomorrow. So Ms. Parks and Mr. Miller, if you would turn your cameras on. Okay, did you all hear my instruction about submitting to a drug test tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am. The south, that's in the south side though. We stay in the north side. That's why I was telling Tanisha. She looking up like we have a car. We don't have a car. I don't have a car. So it takes like 4 or 5 buses to get to the south side. I stay in northeast. She's trying to
Mr.
send me
Miller?
way on the other side of town without asking me.
Hold on, Mr. Miller, hold on one second. Would you happen to have a location that is closest to the parties?
I can check for another location. I know before when I chose this location, I actually pulled bus routes from his current address to that location, as well as his old address to like the Dallas location that he was going to check and see how far the bus route would be.
Okay.
Judge, I apologize. I believe the testimony today is that the mother is here in Dallas. And so perhaps if the court is inclined to order her.
I never said that, ma'am. I'm not in Dallas.
Hold on, Ms. Parks, hold on one moment. Hold on one moment. Attorney McKinney, she said that her permanent address has been in Dallas with her mother, but right now she's in Houston with a family member.
Okay.
So if the department can find a location that's closest to the parties, that would be great, because I don't want the reasoning for them not to be able to perform the test is transportation issues. So I would like to have something convenient for them if possible.
May I ask a follow-up question, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Parks, are you also currently on the north side, since you and Mr. Miller do not reside together? I can't hear you, ma'am. You're on mute.
Ms. Parks. You're still on mute, Ms. Parks. I sent you a prompt to unmute.
Hello?
There you go. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that side is more closer because the bus lines are more convenient to get to, because on some they stop like in different areas. So that area would be closer, as long as it can drop me off in front, where I don't have to walk that far, then I can be able to do it. As long as it's close where I can get off the bus and it's walking distance.
Maybe I didn't understand. Maybe I didn't hear the initial answer. So you are on the north side, ma'am?
Yes, as long as, because it's different buses, they go different ways. So as long as I'm on like a drug testing spot where the bus is able to go in front of it instead of me have to walk miles to get to it, then I'm able to make it. I just gotta pull it up through the bus system because I don't know the bus system that good down here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Miller, do you work tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am. But I can leave early though. I'm trying to make up all the money I can because I start my new job Monday.
Okay, so Mr. Miller, I understand the inconvenience of the bus routes, but I would highly recommend that you try to make this happen tomorrow, considering the severity of what we're dealing with and the state requesting and recommending. And you also heard CASA as well as the ad litem recommending the termination of your parental rights. So I think it would be best if you would try to go ahead and make this happen tomorrow by 2 p.m., okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we already have a location. CPS has provided that location, and to look for something subsequent, considering the resources that are available, it would just delay everything. And I want to make sure that there's some finality sooner than later. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Ms. Parks, you understand? I couldn't hear you.
It's my phone. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
It's
I
okay.
apologize.
No problem, no problem. Do you all need the address again to the
Yes, ma'am.
please.
If I could,
Yes,
so that I can
ma'am.
make sure that Ms. Parks has it in writing.
Okay, so it's National Screening Center. That's 407 Fannin, Fannin Street, Houston, Texas, 77002. The phone number is 713-226-6666. 7847.
You say 7847, Your Honor?
Yes,
Thank you.
713-226-7847. And I'm ordering that there is a urine as well as a nail test.
Okay, Judge, and you know that sometimes people, you know, if they bite their nails or whatever, it's sometimes possible they do not have enough nail to give. Mr. Miller, I'm gonna guess he hadn't got enough head hair for that matter either. So I don't know if you want to put any instructions in case there's an issue there.
Toenails will work. So you all, when you show up tomorrow, you need to have either fingernails or toenails. Because if you do anything to negate a test being able to be performed on you, that's going to count as a positive test. Do you all understand what I'm saying? I can read your lips, Mr. Miller, but I couldn't actually hear you. It looks like
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to make sure, because I do bite my nails. I'm a nail biter. I don't like nails, so I don't wear fake nails.
okay, but you don't bite your toenails, do you?
I mean, I don't like nothing long. I don't like my hair long.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
I don't like hair. I
just
don't like nothing long.
don't
But I
bite.
mean, I can give what I can.
Okay, don't bite on your nails or your toes tonight because we're going to need those nails for tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right. So do you all have any questions before we conclude for today? I don't want you all to be confused logging off today.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Miller, you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do any of the attorneys have any questions?
No, Judge.
No,
Okay.
Are
All
we,
right.
is there is the court just, how are we going to know when the court gets the drug test results, and are we coming back, or is the court just going to render?
Thank you for that question. I will, as soon as we get the results back, I will have my coordinator send an email to notify you that the results are back, and then I will just send out the ruling as well.
And Judge, just so I'm clear about what my client's expectations are, do you want me to file those and drug testing results directly with the court, or?
Absolutely.
And if the parties are okay, just in the interest of expediting it, and do you have an objection to me and emailing Judge Bailey an order today so that'll be available for the testing facility tomorrow rather than circulating signatures?
Please just send it directly to the judge.
Yeah, I'm no objection to that.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And Attorney McKinney, if you get that to me this evening, I'll go ahead and sign it.
I'll do it right now, Judge, as soon as we're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. And we will conclude for today.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. May we be excused?
Yes, be safe. The weather is bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.